Good morning. Oh my god. It's so early. It's so early in the day. Let me turn down the volume on this real quick. How's it going today? Sneeze. Thank you so much for showing up. First thing. Oh man. Okay. So, 24-hour stream. How am I going to fill all the time? Well, first thing that I thought of, we just beat Elden Ring, and there's a lot of lore in that game that I obviously did not pay that much attention to. So I figured, why not try and parse the story that was being told that was there that I was just like letting go over my head. So I did a little research yesterday. If you're familiar with Vadi Video at all, he's like the lore master, resident lore master on the internets when it comes to the Dark Souls games. So, looked up some of his stuff, and now I'm going to try and regurgitate that information, and hopefully I don't get it too wrong. So, might as well get started, yeah? Alright. I got Clip Studio here pulled up, so I figured I would draw visual representations of what I'm describing to help myself keep straight everything that's being laid out here. So I guess we'll start with the beginning of the lore, which from my understanding is that there was like these outer-worldly beings called like the Watchers or something along those lines. And, they saw like the land betwixt, and they were like, yo, that's a pretty nice piece of land that you got over there. They're like, That's the Watchers. And they saw the land betwixt. They're like, that's a pretty nice land. We should get in between there. We should do something with this land that's available. But the thing about the Watchers, they're like otherworldly beings. They're like gods. So they can't like actually go there themselves. They have to send like manifestations of their will into the world to like do their bidding. So what they sent to the land betwixt was the Elden Beast, which was the final boss of the game. Big old spaghetti monster with like glowing tendrils. We got a sword. And that, from my understanding, that Elden Beast is what ended up becoming the Elden Ring itself. So equals the Elden Ring. You just had a great idea for the 24-hour stream. Alright. Throw that suggestion at me, Sneeze. I am looking for things to help kill the time. So that's like our backstory before everything that happens in the game, is that the Watchers sent the Elden Beast, which became the Elden Ring, to the land between, in order to be like, yo, we want influence here. But they needed someone to like possess the Elden Ring itself, essentially become a god. And that's where Marika comes in. Attempt to do some of the challenge run with Shovel Knight. Not a bad idea. I am planning on doing a Steel Soul run of Hollow Knight today. And I also want to try and get... I still haven't done the true ending of Hollow Knight either, so maybe we'll attempt that too. But I can also do some Shovel Knight stuff. I've been grinding at the Pantheon the last couple days, and I've made it to the Pure Vessel, but I cannot beat him yet. And that's not even to say, like, the final challenge that leads up to pure radiance or whatever. So there's Marika, who's arguably, I don't even think it's arguably, she's the most important character in the lore of the game. So Marika, we'll represent her as, being crucified on the Elden Ring. Because that was her at the end there. So Marika, she was apparently born as I think, eternal? Do I know what the end is? That's the end of Pantheon 5? Yeah, it's the pure radiance or whatever, right? No, they're Imperiums, I think is what they're called. And what an Imperium is like someone that's born with, like, they have a birthright to become a god, essentially. Like, they have the qualities that would allow them to ascend to godhood. And Marika is, like, one of the few people that we know that actually has that quality. So the gods were like, oh, there's this Marika person, why don't we give her the Elden Ring? And she's like, okay, I'll do that. And at that point, the Elden Ring is basically just this large collection of runes. And Marika's like, well, I have the power here. What if I were to remove the death rune from the Elden Ring itself? Which is why people don't die traditionally in Elden Ring. So she takes death rune. Which looks kind of like this, I believe. It looks like a blade of a sword because that's basically what it becomes. She gives the death rune that she steals from the Elden Ring. And she gives it to her shadow. That's Malekith, I believe. He's the guy that looks like a giant wolf. He looks like Guts from Berserk. You've been trying to beat Radiant Absolute for, I want to say 3 weeks. Got really close to beating it like 5 times. Yeah. I haven't even like gotten that far yet. I've been grinding Pantheon 4 because I've never bothered to do it. But I was watching Snacks do her playthrough of Hollow Knight and it got me itching, so I thought, why not? And made it through the first 3 with like basically no issue, but the Pure Vessel is it's my first time fighting him, so I still need to get used to his moves. And then Pantheon 5, from my understanding, is you just fight every boss in the game, but harder than their normal form. Try to beat her hitless. Oh god. At least you can like do that in the area that has all the statues, right? You don't have to constantly keep redoing Pantheon 5 to get to her. Or is she not available in like the statue area? Yeah, so Malekith receives the death rune that he keeps as a sword. That's why you're doing it in the Hall of Gods. Perfect. So he's like the protector of the death rune, and like as Marika's shadow, he's literally incapable of betraying her in any kind of fashion. So she knows that the death rune is safe under his watch. So because the death rune has been removed from the Elden Ring, death is like removed from the land between. Then Marika creates the Erd Tree. You know, big glowing tree. Oh. And by creating the Erd Tree, she also creates the Golden Order, which is basically like this, like oath-sworn group of knights that are there to like enforce and protect the Erd Tree and Marika's will, essentially. And the Erd Tree is where the cycle of death now takes place in. So like instead of like dying traditionally in Elden Ring, people's bodies die, but their souls don't die. And when their bodies die, they are taken into like the catacombs that are throughout the land between. You're gonna make yourself breakfast? All good, dude. So they use the catacombs as like burial grounds for the bodies, right? And these catacombs were specifically built around the roots of the Erd Tree itself, and that's where the bodies are disposed and then reabsorbed into the Erd Tree. So that's like you're being repurposed for the Erd Tree itself, and then your souls continue to carry on, which is why in places like the underground area you see just random souls and stuff walking around, which is cool. Let's see. So now that the Erd Tree's been established and the Golden Order exists, Marika needs like a vassal, someone to like be by her side, essentially. And that's where Haralu. Alright, I'm gonna create a new one for this, because we got family tree shenanigans coming up. Yeah, so we got Haralu, who we can represent with like a wrestler's belt. That doesn't look very good. So we got Haralu, who's like renowned as like this warrior throughout the land, and he's like got a reputation as like this badass, right? Yo, Snacks, how it goes. So I'm trying to go through the lore of Elden Ring right now. I did a little bit of research and I'm trying to explain it. So this is what I've got so far. There were like these gods that saw the land between, like, I want to get a piece of that. They send the Elden Beast down to like enforce their will, which ended up becoming the Elden Rings themselves. Yeah. Then Marika, who is an Imperium, is chosen by the Elden Beast to become like a god and take control of the Elden Ring. When she has control of the ring, she takes out the Death Rune from the Elden Ring and gives it to Malekith to protect. And then she creates the Erd Tree, establishes the Golden Order, and the roots of the Erd Tree are used to... please, correct me if I'm wrong, Poncho. Please do. The roots of the Erd Tree are where bodies are put when they die, so that they can be like reabsorbed into the Erd Tree. Then we have Haralu, who gets renamed into Godfrey when he becomes like the first Elden Lord. We'll represent him with a lion. What does it mean to be Elden Lord? I assume it's your, like, the vassal of Marika, right? Chieftain of the Badlands? Yeesh. So he becomes Godfrey, who is now the first Elden Lord, and is, like, basically, like, betrothed to Marika. So we have Godfrey and Marika, and they foster 3 children. We got, God. Well, first, okay, so there's one that's dead at the beginning of the game. It's God something. Godric? No, Godric is the dumb one. They clapped cheeks. They pushed daisies. I do know that we have the Omen twins as the other 2. And that's Morgott and Mo. Push daisy means die. Well, not in this matter. This was a sexy way. And then there was... It's not Godric. Oh, fuck yeah, they pushed those daisies. For sure. Gilderoy? I'm gonna say Gilderoy. The Golden. Gilbert. Dilbert. Dilbert the Golden. We'll represent him. What about Margit? Margit is Morgott. Yeah. Margit's the fake name that he uses. While he's, like, paroling the lands. But his actual name is Morgott. Because he's, like... The Omen twins are... Well, they're omens. And what omens are in this game are basically, like, the guys that are covered in horns and stuff. And they're supposedly supposed to be considered, like, a bad omen. And most of them are, like... They have, like, their horns removed as, like, infants. And a lot of them die because of it. I think Godric is right. You do fight Morgott later. Margit doesn't die. I don't understand how he didn't die, but he didn't die. I think it's because he had a great rune still, and you didn't claim it from him because you didn't know that he had it. Yeah, he's the one that, like, throws light weapons at you and stuff. And then Moog is the one that has, like, the flaming blood. If you fight Morgott later, Margit disappears. They're the same. Yeah, but, like, I thought he was just calling himself... Oh, if you skip Margit. Yeah, I know they're the same person. But, like, if you beat Margit, you still fight Morgott. So there's got to be, like, a reason why Morgott, you know, survives, right? The first one's just a projection. Gotcha. Thought this was perhaps like a fucking Emperor Palpatine, and he survived kind of situation. He literally phases in. You'll have to forgive me for not remembering that. Yeah, so Godric ends up befriending dragons, I believe. So, like, there's a giant dragon corpse that you see inside of the capital city, and that's, like, a dragon that was defeated by Godric. But, unfortunately, he dies near the beginning, before the events of the game, at the same time that Ranni died. That's why they had, like, 2 half runes or whatever that you need to unlock a certain ending. Morgott was completely devout to the Golden Order. He dedicated his life to protecting the Erd Tree, which is why when you get to the Erd Tree the first time, that's why he's there fighting you. And he also calls all the other demigods, which are the children of Marika, traitors, because of the infighting that happens due to the great runes that they acquire when the Elden Ring is destroyed. Or shattered, rather. And then Mohg, he basically just, like, he doesn't give a shit about, like, any of this, because as an omen, he basically lived his entire life underground, because he was, like, shunned to live underground because of his appearance. And he created, like, his own estate of blood down in the depths. And, yeah, that's basically it. He does his own thing. Godric died. Morgott is a loner who really likes the Erd Tree. Cool. But eventually Marika says, you can all just leave. Had enough of all of you. I don't need any of you anymore. While this is happening, we have... You are dismissed. While this is happening, we have Renala with her dumb crescent moon hat. Mo got segregated because of appearance. Yes, the omen people who are born with, like, horns or, like, knots on their skin or wings are considered, like, bad omens, because they are related to the Crucible, which are viewed as, like, people that are impure. The Crucible apparently was, like, the form of, like, worship and civilization prior to the Erd Tree, and that's not allowed, right? So basically a whole lot of prejudice happened towards these people because they didn't follow the Erd Tree, and now they're basically just, like, shunned and pariahs. Yeah, basically the Radiants. So there's Renala, and then there is, oh god, Radagon. Who uses the hammer. So Renala was, like, the scholar who created, like, an arcane academy, teaching, like, moon magic and shit. Hammer! And then Radagon was, like, this champion of the people, essentially. And they caught each other's eye one time, and I was like, oh. And Radagon was like, oh. And then they decided, yo, what if we also smashed uglies together and had some children? So that's what happened. And they had 3 children. We had Ranni. Here's the thing. That's all their kids. Radin, Radon, and Rykard are all the children of Renala and Radagon. So, Ranni, we got her dope witch's hat. That doesn't read as a hat. Wait, is a Rykard a fucking snake? I will explain it. Radon, who he's got his dumb little sad horse. And Rykard, who's a snake. You're right, Leonard, my mistake. Alright, so you have Rani, who is the first daughter of these two. Then you have Radon, who became like a warrior. Radon's got a really interesting backstory. So Radon loved his father because he was a champion, but also really looked up to Godfrey because Godfrey was like this scourge of the battlefield. And Radon looked up to both of them as just like strong, powerful men. And he's like, I want to be that too. But his mother was Renala, who was also known for like a lot of magical stuff. So Radon was like training to become a great warrior, and he had his horse Leonard, who was very, very frail. But Radon couldn't bring himself to give up this frail, weak little horse. So he said, what if I just learned gravity magic so that I could continue to ride my frail horse without overburdening it? So that was like the main reason why he learned gravity magic, was so that he could ride his shitty little horse. And that's really precious. Then Rykard, he was the founder of the Volcano Manor. And from my understanding, he was like a pretty normal guy for the most part, up until his like ambitions started to cloud his judgment. And eventually it's fairly wholesome until it's not. So he started to get like these ambitions and whatnot, but that's not quite yet. We'll get back to these three in a second. I'm gonna make another file. So eventually, so we said that Marika told Godfrey to fuck off, right? Ladies, foolish ambitions, Ceresia. And once Godfrey, like, they went on like this eternal march or something like that. It has something to do with the Tarnished. I don't know this particularly well. But Marika and what's this? Radagon. That's right. Radagon leaves his wife, completely shattering Renala. And Marika and Radagon get together. And in this instance, that's when Radagon becomes the second Elden Lord. But the twist is, Radagon and Marika are actually the same person. Now, they are separate entities at this point, but it's like Radagon is basically another version of yeah, they're the same person. But like their entities are separated and then they come back together eventually at some point. It's after the Elden Ring gets ruined. But at this point in the story, they're still separate entities, but they do end up becoming the same person. Also, these two, they also have children. You may have heard of them. There's this one character, little known character. Her name's Melina. She's the Blade of Miquella, by the way. She's the Blade of Miquella. You might have heard. Also, Miquella is the other one. They were twins, apparently. Melina was born cursed with scarlet rot. And Mikola was born cursed with eternal youth. There's also a theory that there is a third child of these two. So and the evidence that was put forward was basically like, hey, there are like butterflies in the game that represent these characters. So there's rot butterflies, and then there's the nascent butterflies that you can find in the depths. But then there's a third butterfly called that hangs around fires and stuff, called the torch butterfly or something. And people are saying that represents the girl that hangs out at the fire with us, whose name I am having trouble remembering right now. I think, but I got her name mixed up with Melina. Yeah, Melina. Sorry, not Melina, Melina. The theory is that Melina is also one of the children of these two. We don't actually know for certain, but there's enough evidence of the game to suggest it. So, and both Melina and Mikola are also Imperiums. So they have birthrights to be gods as well. Which is why we see Melina eventually become the goddess of rot in her second phase. Alright, so all of this has happened, right? We've got 8, potentially 9 children of Marika. So all of these characters that we're talking about are demigods. Because Marika is a god. Also, yeah, when Marika and Radagon got married, that retroactively made all these 3 into demigods as well. Cool. So, at this point, Ranni, who's now a demigod, she's apparently got, there's a fucking prophecy that revolves around Ranni that has to do with the stars. That eventually the moon is gonna overtake the sun or something, and darkness or eternal night will take over the land, and blah blah blah. End the time of the Erd tree. Radahn, her fate is written in the stars. Yeah, she's a star lady. Radahn, he is a big fan of the Golden Order. Huge fan of it. He loves Godfrey, therefore he loves the Golden Order because Godfrey is a big part of it. So, but he learns about this Ranni's fate being connected to the stars and their movements and stuff. So Radahn's yo, I know gravity magic and I don't want this fate to happen, so I'm just going to use my gravity magic to just stop the stars from moving. And he does. He's enough of that. I've had enough of any of that. And Rykard at this point is man, I just love power and being powerful. And what's this? There's this snake god that's hanging out at the bottom of the volcano manor. What if I were to fuse my power with the snake god? Oh shit, what's the best way to do that? Feed myself to the snake guy and fuse with it. And then he does. And all of his followers are what the fuck? This is not cool anymore. Hey, here's this snake slayer sword that was designed to kill this snake god. Yeah, feed to sorry, snake. Feed snake. But he killed all the followers that were coming to deal with him. But you can find a bunch of like corpses inside of the boss arena, but you also find the Snake Slayer there because of that. So Rykard's just like kind of a bastard doing his own thing. Ranni, let's see. Godric has made friends with the dragons, or rather, he started a war with the dragons, but eventually befriends one of them, who is the guy that you fight at the end of that quest line. It's like a lightning-breathing dragon. He becomes friends with that dragon. Morgott and Moog are both in hiding. It's all good. So Ranni at this point decides that she is going to steal a fragment of the Rune of Death. So, and she does successfully. She's able to go to Malekith and just take like a tiny little bit of the Rune of Death from his sword. But that's like unacceptable to Malekith, right? So, in this instance, he seals the sword within himself to ensure it never happens again. And then because like Ranni wants this like Erd Tree cycle thing to basically end. She thinks that it's like not good, not great, not a fan of it. So she uses this tiny fragment of the Death Rune that she's acquired to create these black knives, and then gives them to the Black Knife assassins. And these black knives like basically have the ability to like actually cause real death. Because Ranni's goal is like to just remove these demigods entirely and kill the fingers that provide the demigods with like their abilities, I think. That's why she's also like hell-bent on getting the finger slaying blade or whatever. So Ranni, so something happens here with Ranni and Godric, where Ranni's body is like cast aside. She basically like loses her body entirely and just becomes a spirit. And then the opposite happens to Godric, where he loses his spirit. Like his spirit gets killed, but his body persists, which is why when we find Godric's body, he's like this giant Lovecraftian fucking horror that's like fused into a tree that's like in the depths of the death roots, which I believe the death roots come from his body. Like the death roots themselves apparently are a part of the Rune of Death, which is why Malekith wants you to collect them so that he can eat them. Because it's his responsibility to protect the Rune of Death. Okay. Let's see, what happens after that? Okay, so that's all happened. Now we have Malenia and Miquella. Miquella is apparently, like, loved. Pretty much, like, like, people really fucking like Miquella, right? And he's trying to create basically his own Erd Tree. And we see that, in the area where we come across Malenia. It's, like, this giant tree, but it's, like, covered in, like, scarlet rot stuff, and that's because he ends up getting killed before the tree can like properly form. Or no, he was using his own body and blood as like nutrition for this tree. And then he was like forcibly removed from the tree. And that's what caused the tree to like die. Let's see. I think it's around this point that it's revealed that Marika had like instrumented all of this. She's like, I wanted all of this to happen so that I can destroy the Elden Ring. She was the mastermind the entire time. I'm not exactly sure what her goals were as to why she wanted to destroy the Elden Ring, but because there was like 2 demigods that were like killed, it ended up like messing things up in terms of the Elden Ring, and it allowed the ring to get destroyed. So Marika at this point, Jesus, that is not readable. Shatters the Elden Ring. And the gods that, you know, sorry, these otherworldly gods that bestowed upon Marika, like, the powers of a god and to, like, protect the Elden Ring are like, what the fuck? Why would you do this? We're going to trap you inside of the Erd tree for all eternity. Which is why when we get inside of it, you talk about Godwin yet? No. Which one's Godwin again? Is Godwin the one we're thinking of? Prince of Death. That's who this is who I'm talking about, not Godric. Godric is the freak. Godwin was a son of Godfrey, was he not? I don't fully understand what Godric's deal is. He's just like apparently related to them, but I don't know how. He's like this weird amalgamation. They even say he's like some kind of far off like relative of theirs. Oh. There is something that I forgot to mention before this. The fire giant stuff. A strange love child, yeah. So there are the giants that are on top of the giant mountain that houses the big ass kiln, right? And Marika basically uses Godfrey and her order of golden knights. His name is just like Gus. It's like, hi, I'm Gus. I swear I'm supposed to be at this family reunion. I promise. Okay, so there was this war that happened with the giants because they had the ability to harness fire, and guess what? Their fire can burn the the Erd tree, and Marika's like, I'm not a fan of that. So what if instead we just kill all the giants so that they don't have the ability to destroy my tree? My name is Gustavo. You may call me Gus. Isn't that like the guy from Breaking Bad? So all the fire giants are slain by Godfrey and his forces. Utilizing the lightning powers that the Golden Order was able to acquire, thanks to Godwyn befriending the dragons that utilize lightning magic. So they kill all the fire giants save for one. And this one giant, the one that we fight in the game, is basically been cursed into guarding the kiln from anyone that would intend to use it. So that's why we had to kill him, and that's why we like seek the urn or the kiln. Anyway, America trapped inside of the tree. I'm guessing her goal is to just like live for eternity inside of the Erd tree. I don't know why. It seems like it could be up for interpretation. So Elden Ring gets destroyed, and during that, a bunch of great runes are created. And these great runes are then received by the demigods. So, not Godwyn, because, well, Godwyn and Ranni do get, well, they each get like half of one. It's weird. Like, the two of them combine together to get a great rune. But Radahn gets one, Rykard gets one, Malenia gets one, I assume Mikola gets one, both Morgott and Mo get one. And they, like, bestow them with, like, great power, and apparently in order to get inside of the Erd tree to find their mother, they need 2 of these great runes in order to make their way inside. So a giant, like, war basically breaks out between all these demigods in an attempt to get each other's great runes. I believe it's at this point that Malenia and Radahn end up crossing paths. So Radahn has like his order of like scarlet-haired knights or something like that, who follow him because of his strength, and then Malenia has her own guard of like followers who worship her for her strength and finesse in battle. So the two of them end up coming head to head as the last 2 remaining Elden Lords, or demigods that are able to fight. And, you know, they're the 2 strongest of the demigods, so they end up, like, having a hard-fought battle, and Malenia ends up, like, having to use her Scarlet Rot powers that she's been, like, holding inside of herself, and she blooms for the first time, and that's why the area that you find Radahn's battle in, like Caelid, is entirely covered in Scarlet Rot. It's because of Malenia. She's like basically the progenitor of like Scarlet Rot as a whole. So, and that's why when you fight Radahn later in the game, like when you come across Radahn, he's like completely fucked up too. Like his exposure to the Scarlet Rot in like directly in his fight against Malenia causes him to like lose his mind. And also, if you look at his character model when you fight him, he has no like feet. Like he's missing the lower part of his legs because they've rotted off at that point. So that's cool. Malenia's basically been like told that she can't afford to bloom because it'll end up like releasing this god that's like inside of her. And she does it one time against Radahn. Then in the area just prior to fighting her, there is another bloom that we see. And then the third time that it happens is in phase 2 of her boss fight, which is why she ascends to godhood when we beat her down. Also, the reason why she's unconscious when we walk into the battle arena the first time is that she's still unconscious from her fight against Radon. So that's cool. So that's what I know. So there's a whole lot more to the lore of this game, but this is like the background for all these characters that you come across in the game. At least to my understanding of it. It's definitely not great, but it is what I've picked up, and it's got the guts of something super interesting, but not... I didn't really catch basically any of this while I was playing the game, because it's all very abstract. I still don't exactly understand what, like, the two fingers are. They apparently... I think the two fingers commune with these watchers. And then there's, like, the finger-reading crones that, like, translate the words of the watchers through the fingers. The finger stuff just does not... I don't understand it. So yeah, there's that. Cool. It felt like a decent way to start the stream. So now that I'm done that, I'm thinking we do some tier lists to kill some time. Woo, Elden Ring! Yeah, baby. Do you want to hear my garbage takes on things? I know that Poncho and Snacks never agree with me, so there's that. Give me a sec as I tidy up my stuff. I'll end up pulling this out again later, I'm sure. Look at that, that almost ate up 1 hour of the 24 hours. I made sure to eat a little... I made sure to eat some food prior to the start of stream. But... you know, we're gonna be here for a while, so I'm probably gonna have to order food at some time, and I think I have to order pizza just to make a point. Tier list maker. Shovel Knight character tier list. Sure, why not? Alright, give me a second to quickly update my stream info. Shovel Knight Games. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove main characters. Okay. Well, the Shovel Knight himself is he's kind of a bland character. Like, he's your Mario, right? You've never played Shovel Knight? It's pretty good, Poncho. And I believe it's on sale right now on Steam. So this was, you know, if you're feeling saucy. This is the Bard. He's very charming. This is the Baz. He's the best. We love the Baz. The Dark Knight is the worst. Is the anti-Shovel Knight. I don't remember who this is. Is that the sorceress? Why does its face look all fucked up like that? King Berdia from King of Cards. I don't remember him, so C. That is the rooster that tells jokes? No, the frog tells jokes. The rooster is just hoity-toity, but I like that. The Tribal King is an S. I feel like you would have a hard time disagreeing with that. This is like the dark version of this guy, right? He goes from like typical anime boy to Sasuke. So like, I don't know. He's too edgy for my liking. That's the sorceress. Sorceress is great. She's a good villain. The King Knight is a lovable doofus. The Mole Knight is forgettable. Mona is very sweet. This is the Hat Guy. That's the Horse Boy who works for the Plague Knight. He's fine. This guy is whatever. Plague Knight is my favorite of them. He's just a little dweeb. Snow Knight has basically no personality outside of being big. Oh, this is the guy that like wanders around the overworld map and uses like the fencing style, right? He sucks. I don't like him. This is Propeller Knight. He's fine. This is the skeleton in Spectre's Knights that like teaches you abilities and stuff, right? He's fine. Annoying anime boy. Shield Knight. She also does not have much of a personality because she only shows up in the last like 10 minutes of the game. Spectre Knight is a tryhard. Tinker Knight is a little guy. We like little guys. And Treasure Knight. Some of these knights just don't really have much of a personality. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that they didn't get their own like campaigns to really flesh them out as characters. But like these two at least have like their designs allow them to get their personalities across pretty well. Hello, you're home and going to bed. Have fun. Thanks for swinging by, Avery. I'll be here forever, so don't worry. If you want to stop by later, that'll be an option. Alright, cool. There is my Shovel Knight character tier list. Woo! You run errands early. That's very early. Well, I guess I don't know if your time zone is very different. I should put these in the Discord. Good call. Let me pull up a... It's 10 a.m. for you. Okay. It is. You're 2 hours ahead of where I'm at. I will put these in the Discord channel at a later point. I'm not gonna do it one at a time. Alright. Shovel Knight characters, cool. Let's talk about League of Legends characters. So, as a asexual person, I thought it would be really funny to try and rank these characters based on how attractive they are, and see how wrong I am. Oh god, there's so many characters. Okay. So, little backstory on my experience with League of Legends. Okay, first of all, Z, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. That's... no. Okay. Okay, so top tier will be the I get it tier. I understand. The tier below that will be the... God. I know the bottom tier is going to be Rat Bath. Well, there's going to be a tier for not talking about these ones, because there are literal children characters in this game. But then there's the Rat Bastards tier. Above Rat Bastards will be the unattractive tier. This does nothing. I'm sure someone is into this. You're gonna go to the gym? Good luck at the gym, Snacks. Or Sneeze. Jesus Christ. Have fun. And then, and attractive. There we go. Okay. So, backstory on my experience with League of Legends. I've played like maybe 30 to 40 hours of this game. I never got up to the level required to actually do any kind of ranked with it. And that was back in like 2015-ish is when I think I last played. So there's a lot of champions that I'm not even familiar with anymore. Or at least a bunch have been added. So I'll have to look them up. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Aatrox. Oh, sorry, Aatrox. I don't know. that does nothing. I wouldn't call it like him unattractive, but it's just like he's just a guy. But he's like got fire parts on him or blood parts on him. I'm not sure. Ari. I'm gonna look up their art on a separate screen because I feel like it's a really dangerous idea to try and show myself Googling pictures of League of Legends champions. I mean, she's pretty. She also got foxtails, as I'm sure is a plus for some people out there. That's a collie, right? I mean, yeah, she's a cute ninja chick. Nothing wrong with that. But that's like not the art that's here. There's like I've seen this splash art before and it's really good. Because it's like, she's facing away from the camera and she's got like this really defined back muscles and also like super sick snake tattoo that runs along her back and arms. And that's like, I get that. I get it. Who the hell are you? God, I'm gonna need to... Alright. Okay, here we go. There we go. Alright, so this guy's name is Action? That's so dumb. Holy, what a dumb name. Action. Okay, sure. That's really funny. I mean, as like he's got like a pretty boy thing going on, right? Like, I'm sure this is attractive to someone. Alistar is a cow. Amumu is a child. Anivia is a bird. And he is a child. Who are you? Aphelios. This is like this guy's just a K-pop guy. Like, he looks like a K-pop artist of some kind. Like, he's not your big, burly, traditional League of Legends character, right? I'm sure someone is into that. Ash. So, like, oh, we got Outer Wilds music. So Ash, like, she's a bows, she's like an archer, right? I mean, she's pretty, but I mean, I think that's just like something that could be said about almost every single, or most of the women characters in these games, right? Like, I'm sure someone's into it. Aurelian Soul, he's like a big ass space dragon, right? I mean, I don't get it. I don't understand that. Like, I'm sure, like, he's cool, but being attracted to that doesn't make any kind of sense to me. Oh god, which one are you again? Azir. Is this, like, actually a guy? Or is this a man in just, like, a bird like, is this actually a bird, or is this, like, a dude in just a suit of armor? Either way, you can't, like, see who this is, or what he even looks like. That does nothing to me. Bard is a pile of fur with a mask. So that does nothing. I wouldn't say it's unattractive, but it's like looking at a pillow. Like, would you be attracted to a pillow? I don't think so. Who are you? You're new to me. It has an apostrophe in it. Belveth? Empress of... Wait, this is a void monster? Why does it have a woman face? Like, aren't they all supposed to be just, like, eldritch horrors? Sure. So, when I played League, support was, like, the class that I played, pretty much. Those were, like, always my favorite characters, and I fucking loved playing as Blitzcrank. Just big, doofy robot that grabs across the screen and assists and kills. He's a robot, so he's not attractive, but he's very charming. I like him a lot. Brand, right? That is a man that is made of fire. That is a fireman. I mean, he's got abs, but he also looks like... he looks like a mask that you would buy at, like, a, like, pop-up Halloween store. Like, that's not... he does not look good. Alright. I get Braum. I understand Braum. Braum is probably my favorite champion. He's so fucking charming. And also, he's just, like, built like a brick shithouse. I feel like this is, like, a fairly common opinion about Braum, is that he's just, like, a very likable character. Just, oh, get behind me. I got the big door. My mother loved me. All that jazz. Caitlyn. I did watch Arcane. So, like, characters from Arcane are probably going to affect my opinion on them. Because I don't know much about the lore of League. But the characters in Arcane were very good. Caitlyn was, unfortunately, a lot more bland than the other characters. I'm sure someone is into her, though. Who are you? Camille. Okay, so she's like a robot lady. Weaponized to operate outside the boundaries of the law. Camille is the principal intelligence of Clan Ferox. Elegant and elite? Sure. I mean, she's not unattractive, but it doesn't really do anything for me. Cassiopeia, right? That's the snake lady? No thanks. Cho'Gath is a rat bastard. That's just a pile of teeth. That man is made of spikes and teeth. Like, that goes beyond being unattractive. Like, don't even, like, get near me, please. Yeah, no, I'm good. Corgi is unattractive. He's very charming. His little red baron guy, and his voice is like super high pitched and really fucking annoying, but also like that's part of his charm. I liked Corgi. Darius. This just looks like the type of guy that would yell while at the gym. Like, every time he went to, like, do a deadlift or something, he'd just be, like, screaming at the top of his fucking lungs. And those guys were the worst. Like, I'm just trying to enjoy my workout in peace. Please stop yelling. You don't have internet, hold on, all good. This guy looks like a fucking... He just doesn't look good. Like, he looks like a meathead. Yeah, I'm not gonna try and put these in any kind of order outside of the tier that they're in. Diana, right? Yeah. What is this outfit that she's wearing? Like, it's armor, but like, in what kind of way is that practical? And also this sword. I get it, moon aesthetics or whatever. This does nothing for me. Dr. Mundo. He looks different than I remember him. Like, why does he have a fade? Like, he definitely looked more like a fucking monster before. Now he's still ugly as sin, but it looks like they tried to pretty him up, and I don't like that. Draven. Look at that face he's making. What the hell? Oh my god. This man looks like he smells awful. Oh god. Like, holy shit. No thank you. Echo is a child. Elise. That's a spider lady. Yeah, I remember her. I am sure someone is into that. That's Evelyn, right? Isn't like her whole deal that she's like a succubus? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, clearly she's overtly supposed to be, like, sexual in any kind of way. But, I don't know, it doesn't really do I don't get it. I don't. I'm sure there are some people who are like, hell yeah, look at that. And I'm like, that is a purple lady with some glowing yellow eyes and tendrils. I'm sure there are some people that are into that. You know what? Yeah, I know there are people that are into that. It does nothing for me, but I know that there are people into that. Like, it would be disingenuous of me to put that there. Ezreal. This guy looks like if I recall correctly, this guy was a wiener. And still is a wiener. He just... Yeah. Fiddlesticks is... I like Fiddlesticks as a character, but he's a rat bastard. Fiora? mean, she looks like that chick from Ratatouille. It does nothing for me. Fizz, I don't want to talk about. Galio. I was a fan of Galio back. I had a Galio prior to his rework. Like, he was one of the champions that I had. He looks a lot better now than he did then. But I mean, like, he's made out of rock. He's the gargoyle. Yeah. I wouldn't call him unattractive. He's like shaped like he's, you know, a big tough guy. I don't know. Gangplank. Isn't he just like a smelly pirate? Like, yeah. What I said about Draven, about looking like he smells awful, that also applies here. But like, at least like he's a pirate, so maybe he just hasn't had the chance to wash himself. Whereas Draven looks like he just like applies more cologne to cover up his stink. Either way, Gangplank is unattractive. God, what was this guy's name again? Garrus? Garen. The thing that always stuck out to me about this character is his bad haircut. Like, it looks like his mom cut his hair for him. And he's just so bland of a character. He's just like, I am guy with sword. That's me. And I'm like, alright, cool, I guess. Yeah, he's just like such a nothing burger. Nar is a baby. Gragas. I mean, no. Isn't this guy like supposed to be just like kind of vile? Isn't it like his whole point? That's Graven, right? Graves. I'll be honest, I get this one. The cigar, the fucking mutton chops, and the mustache. I understand that guy. I get that one. Who the hell are you? Gwen. What's up with her eye? The Hallowed Seamstress. Is she like a puppet or something? A former doll transformed and brought to life with magic. Okay, so it's like a Pinocchio thing. I don't know. She looks like a VTuber. I'm sure someone's into it. Hecarim is a horse guy. I love Heimerdinger. He was the character I really enjoyed playing in the game too. He's very charming, just like a wacky scientist type. He was very sweet and like, he was like naive, but he was just like this fluffy old man in Arcane, and I liked him a lot there too. However, he's not attractive. He's like a hairball with goggles. Alawi. Big lady with tentacles, right? Spectral tentacles. I will admit, Alawi is unconventional design for Riot. Like, most of their female characters do not look like this. Yeah, I'm sure someone is into that. Aurelia. This was another character that just kind of came across to me as extremely boring. Like, very boring. She does that does nothing. Absolutely nothing for me. Ivern is a tree man. Janna. I don't know. It's just a lady in a bikini. Nah. Does nothing. This is Jarvan the Fourth, right? Yeah. God, this guy looks awful. The armor is so fucking bad, and his, like, he looks like he's just, like, shit himself. He's just like, no, thank you. Jax has, pickle fingers. And, that's not a fan of that. Not a very big fan of that, I'll be honest. Jace. He looks very different here than he does in Arcane. Like, I like his design significantly more in Arcane than here. He looks like just kind of a fuckboy here. Like, the type of guy that, if I got stuck in the same elevator as, I'd be like, ugh, I don't want to be here. But Jace in Arcane is a lot better. So I'm gonna just put him there. Though, this version of Jace would be just there, but... That's, Oh, he came out, like, right near the end of when I was paying attention to League. Jin. I don't know, he's just wearing a mask. There's just a guy in a mask. And it's like a creepy mask on top of it. I don't know. Jinx is a psychopath. I am sure there are some people that are like, hell yeah, I love me a girl that can blow me up with a rocket. But she is insane. Like, legitimately nutso-butso. So, like, her design, I'm sure some people find her attractive. But, like, does nothing for me. Yo, Zavis! How's it going, friend? I am ranking the League characters based on attractiveness. Yeah. Guaranteed Jinx has a rabbit fan base. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Who are you? Oh, this guy isn't even on the list. Cassante. Alright. I get it with this guy. That's a handsome man. If he was on the list, he'd be an attractive. But he's not. Kaisa. Daughter of the Void. She's pretty. So many of these, like, female characters in these games just look like they're the same person, just in a different outfit. So yeah, I don't know, it does nothing. That's Callista, right? Yeah. I mean, these days you probably know more of these champs from TFT than from League. Oh, really? Just play a lot more TFT. Callista is a emaciated, fucking spirit and full of spears. I would say that's unattractive. Oh god, I forget this one's name. Karma. I mean, yeah, again, she's pretty. It does nothing. That's a rat bastard if I've ever seen one. This guy's also a rat bastard. Katarina. Katarina always stuck out to me a little bit more than a lot of the other female champions. I think it's just like her personality comes across a lot more with like the fiery red hair, the scar. I'd say she's attractive. She has a lot more going on for her design than like a lot of these other female characters. Kale. That's like the angel, right? Yeah, I don't know. Can you see her without the mask on? She's like got kind of an elf thing going on. I don't know. Doesn't really do anything. Who are you? Kane with a Y. I can't deal with it. What am I even looking at here? Oh, this guy kind of just looks like a douche. Yeah. No thank you. Rat bastard. That's like Kha'Zix, right? He's a bug guy. It's a rat bastard. Kindred? Oh, there are two of them? Well, one of them is just a wolf, and the other one is just like a furry with a mask on. Cled's a red bastard, but like in the best kind of way, you know? He's like a Yosemite Sam type. Yeah. Kog'Maw is a dog. LeBlanc. What the fuck is this outfit? And what is she wearing? Like a cape with like just straps. Such a dumb outfit. Lee Sin. Napa's nice. Elden Ring boss tier list. I'm gonna do Sekiro, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. Definitely, I want to rank the bosses from those games. Right now, I'm determining the attractiveness of League of Legends here. Did I finish Elden Ring? I did. We beat Melania last on Wednesday. You don't know League characters? I mean, I played a bit, like maybe 30 or 40 hours of the game, which is like basically nothing in terms of League players. But the one thing that did stick out to me in the Elden Beast took like 5 attempts or something like that. Melania took about 25. The characters stuck out to me in this game. Like they did a good job of like characterizing a lot of them. he also like is just really annoying to fight as a melee character because you're just chasing after the Elden Beast the entire time, which was also pretty annoying. Yeah, as a caster, you got hit with wave after wave of AoE style attacks. Yeah, I did notice that I was basically just holding down the sprint button most of the fight because of how his AoE went. Lee Sin is a monk. with like just the dumbest fucking braid. Yeah, no. Leona. You couldn't do anything except die until you switched your casting to melee. Okay. He's a monk. Leona. Her armor is so dumb. She has... What is this? Her armor would kill her, absolutely. Like, what are these random metal bits? Outside of the really, really dumb armor, like, she's just a typical pretty woman. I don't know. That, I have no idea who that is. Lilia. Oh, she's a fawn. She's very pretty. Yeah, I'm sure someone's into that too. Lysandra? What am I even looking at here? I do not get that at all. Lucian. Yeah, she just like, she looks like she's made out of rock. And like has, yeah, no, I'm good. Lucian. Lucian's a handsome man with a really dumb hairstyle. I am sure someone is into Lucian. Lulu is a child. You think it's ice for Lysandra? Is it? Okay. I mean, like, that doesn't really help her case for being attractive. Oh, she is an ice witch, yeah. You're right. Lux. She looks like a child. She looks like a child to me. So I'm not gonna talk about that. Malphite is a rock man. So he's unattractive. Oh shit. Okay, good. It saves them. Thank God. Malzahar. And you don't mean the game. Yeah. I don't know. Looks like he's got really bad arthritis. It's like, does he even have a face, or is he just like a pile of energy in a cloak? You guarantee someone's into that? Yeah, probably. But like, the thing is, like, objectively, I'm sure someone's into a lot of these characters. What bumps them up into that character for me is that I at least, like, kind of see it. And I don't see it with this. Like, I'm sure there's someone out there. Yeah, like, I know without a doubt, like, all these female characters that I've put in This Does Nothing for Me would at the very least be in here. If we were being, like, objective. This is the tree guy. He is also unattractive. Master Yi has the dumbest goggles in the world. Like, also look at this facial hair. No thanks. This guy's a rat bastard. Nah, he's not rat bastard, but he's definitely unattractive. Miss Fortune. You don't think anyone's into that, actually? Yeah. I think you're right about that. Alright. Oh, there's a character here. But that is a child, so we don't need to talk about it. No one's into multiple eyes like that. I would hope not. Miss Fortune. This character makes me mad. This is just like the most male gaziest fucking character I've ever seen. Like, I remember when I played. Oh, that are actively afraid of like the multiple. Yeah, that triggers like some kind of phobia thing, right? The way this character, like her model goes like pew 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 pew, like walks like a fucking runway model with hips going bap bap, or like, like this is a. How does she move without her boobs popping out of that? I have no idea. Like, from what I know about Miss Fortune is that, like, her lore, because she's, like, one of the first characters that were introduced in the game, right? I think her lore is along the lines of, like, she showed up and her tits were bouncing all over the place. It was crazy. Pirate women would often show off their boobs, but League isn't the kind of historically... No, I don't... That's not the point here. This is a attractive redhead pirate with giant titties. And... everything about this character is just designed to be like, men think with their dick, make a character based entirely around that, and that, ugh, it's annoying. Who's that? Mordekaiser. This is just Sauron. As a cis man, she's over the top for you. Okay, cool. I'm glad I'm glad I'm not alone in thinking that way. This is just, fucking Sauron. I'm sure there's someone out there who's like, big, meaty, ironclad man. But I'm okay. Morgana I get. I understand Morgana. Morgana, like, come on. It's a goth chick. Just a pretty goth chick, I get it. Yeah, right? Nami. Nami's a fish, is like a mermaid, right? Yeah. She's pretty. I'm sure someone is into Nami. Nasus. That's a jackal? That's a big, strong jackal guy. He's not like a rat bastard, but I mean, he's a dog. Like, I'm good. Nautilus is just Big Daddy from fucking BioShock. Like, very clearly that's the inspiration here. And, like, he's cool looking. He looks very cool, but that's not attractive. That's totally designed. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, that's 100% furry bait. There's, like, a few characters that are furry bait. Like, I'm sure, fucking the Minotaur guy is also, like, some furries are like, yeah, big Bara furry type. Nico. That's the word. That looks like a child to me. I'm not going to talk about that. Nidalee. Nidalee kind of falls into the same camp as Misfortune, where, like, her like, taunt dance is just, like, fucking pole dancing. And it's like, oh, she turns into a cat, and she's like feral, and she's in the jungle, so she just wears fucking nothing, and I'm like, same thing as Misfortune. Who are you? Nyla? What is going on with this? Does she have, like, pigtails that are then reconnected at the end? That's bizarre. But outside of that, I think she's got, like, a pretty good design. I'm sure someone's into that. I like her outfit too. It's like kind of Shaolin monk-esque. Is this like a sword made out of water? Is she a waterbender? Ah, cool. Nocturne is a shadow man with big old knives. Nunu is a child. Olaf is a stereotypical Viking. Asking asexual to judge attractors, like, man, outfit, very nice. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I don't know. I'm sure someone's into this. Like, big burly guy with lots of hair. But I mean, it's just, I don't know. Oriana is the clockwork ballerina, right? I like her design a lot. Like, very cool design on this character. I would say I'm sure someone is into that as well. I don't remember this guy. He came out like at the very tail end. Orn. That's another. That feels like more furry bait. But like, he looks less like an animal than like Nasus. Like, I'm sure someone's into that, but for the unique design, yeah, for sure. He looks like a forge. He really seems to rock. Yeah, it looks like he makes weapons or something. Oh, that's Pantheon, right? Pantheon I get. Because I've seen Pantheon without his helmet on. It's not in one of his skins, but I've seen this guy without his helmet on, and he's like incredibly handsome. I get Pantheon. I get it. Poppy, I feel uncomfortable talking about any of the Yordles in any kind of way that relates to this. Like, I know there's people are like, well, Poppy in the lore is like 500 million years old or something, and it's just like that same disingenuous fucking argument that you get from the worst kind of anime fans. So like, yeah, she looks like she's 12, but actually she's an ancient being. It's like, no. How does this character present? And that, it looks like a child to me. Like, if you have to justify it, then there's usually probably something wrong, okay? Pike. Reminds me of the guys that claim they're not into children, but have pictures of 18-year-old girls that look 12. Hard skip on your is a good call. Thank you, I agree. That's why I said it. Pike is... What are you? The Blood Harbor Ripper. This guy's a serial killer. A renowned harpooner from the slaughter docks of Bilgewater. Should have met his death in the belly of a gigantic... This is just like... Nah, I'm good. This guy seems like a rat bastard. Except Timo. Timo came to fuck. You can't see anyone. Yeah, I can't see it either. Who are you? I'm sure there are like a subset of people out there that are like, man, I'm really into the idea of someone that could kill me. I'm like, oh, you should seek therapy. Kiana. She looks like a pop star. My timer is cut off. Oh. Lady Dimitrescu stands all over the net. Definitely great. True. But with Lady Dimitrescu, she also happens to be like an 8-foot-tall, big-titty goth lady. So she has other things going on from that. This Pike guy looks like he just baths in salt water. The amount of people you told him Dimitrescu to send them. I mean, yeah, it's like the discourse around that character. People want to get stepped on by the giant vampire lady. Kiana's cute. I like her design. I also appreciate that she's like a little more shapely than most of the female characters. Quinn. I always thought Quinn looked dumb. I thought her outfit was dumb. Yeah, I do not understand Quinn at all. Birdman? Rakan. I think I remember this guy. It's like him and his wife, right? I do like a man that loves his wife. He's also known as the Charmer. I get it. You know what? I get it. That's an attractive man. Even with like the bird thing going on. That's a handsome man. Honestly, I get it with the wife too. Are we still doing lead characters? Dude, do you realize just how many lead characters there are? Where's the wife? She can also go into attractive. Zyla is kind of cute. You could do without the fox ears, but nice. Is that her name, Zyla? There it is. I think this is an attractive couple. There we go. Ramus. Okay. I don't want to talk about Ramus. I don't feel comfortable with calling him a rat bastard. Because he's very funny. But he's not attractive. Rek'Sai is a rat bastard. That's just a monster. He's basically just supposed to be like a Koopa. That's Rek'Sai. I have no problem with saying that all of these Void monsters are rat bastards. Because they're literally eldritch horrors. They're the type of thing that I would be shooting in Dead Space. Rel? Yo! I really like her hair. Wait, this horse doesn't have a face. The Iron Maiden. The product of brutal experimentation at the hand of the Black Rose, Rel is a defiant living weapon determined to topple Noxus. It's a headless horse, man. Nice, very good. Her childhood was one of misery and horror, enduring unspeakable procedures to perfect and weaponize her magical control over metal. She's a metal bender! Alright. Yeah, she's attractive. I like her. Also, what's up? She's got, like, these white stripes in her eyebrows. The Elder Gods would be afraid of humanity because, you know, the internet has artwork where they tried to have sex with Cthulhu. Cthulhu's like, you're supposed to fear me! Who are you? Renata Glask. Or video games where, you know, true. The Chem Baroness. I like her suit. She's dressed very well. But, like, the mask and, like, the black eyes with the pink. I don't know. I'm sure someone is into this. More furry stuff. This one's for the scalies. More furry stuff. You can see the response to that being, I'm terrified, Daddy, scare me more, and everyone dies on the side hearing it on stream sometimes. Who are you? Riven? That's not Riven. Who the hell is this? They're not even on the League page. Zavis, help me out. I'm just not gonna talk about it, I guess. Riven. Wish you could, but no clue. Okay, we're just not gonna talk about it then. It's a chick with a big sword. That's Riven. And it says nothing. Nope. Rise is a rat bastard, and I have no problem with calling it that. There's some characters I'm like, I'm sure there's someone attracted to it, but I don't get it. Rise, I don't think anyone's attracted to this man. Just fucking Violet Beauregard ass looking son of a bitch. Who are you? Samira? Wow, okay. The Desert Rose. Samira stares death in the eye with unyielding confidence, seeking thrill wherever she goes. After her Samiran home was destroyed, Samira found her true calling in Noxus, where she built a reputation as a stylish daredevil, take on dangerous missions of the highest caliber. Look at her skins. Oh my god. Wow, okay. Yeah. I get it. I get it with that one. The tattoos, the eye patch, the hair, the outfit. That's an attractive woman. Sejwani. I know she's pretty. Yeah. I've seen this skin of her. She's very pretty. And I do like that she dresses appropriate for, you know, being in the mountains. Cena. The Redeemer. You've never actually seen anything but the lower half of her face. Yeah, because she's always wearing the helmet, right? Cursed from childhood to be haunted by the supernatural black mist, Cena joined a sacred order known as the Sentinels of Light and fiercely fought back only to be killed. Her soul imprisoned in a lantern by the cruel wraith Thresh, but refused to lose hope within the lantern. Cena learned to use the mist and re-emerged to new life. Now wielding darkness along with light. Look at this one's skins. Okay. That helps. Yeah, okay. Her base splash art definitely didn't do her justice. But she's quite pretty as well. The angle on this one, someone... That's doing it for someone. I'm sure someone is into her. I've heard of this one. Yeah, no. No, no. No, thank you. Ugh. I feel like I would get, like, glitter all over my fucking clothes just by being in the same room as this person. Who are you? Set. Jesus. That is someone's kink. Yeah, I'm sure someone's into him. Rat bastard tier for the murder clown. I hope no one feels offended that I put the murder clown in the rat bastard tier. I feel like it was earned. Really? Who would have thought? Shen. Oh, wait. Who the hell's this? I think I know what these are. I think they're the alternate versions of... Where did I put the guy? This asshole. Because the splash art showed, like, 2 other guys in it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna talk about him. Shen's a ninja. Cool. Dragon Lady. I know there are a lot of people out there that want to fuck dragons. Like an unhealthy amount of people that are really into fucking dragons. So, like, I'm gonna put it there. Hey, another rat bastard. And what? I'm just saying, there's a lot of people out there that wanna... Shyvana was a ma. Nope, already wrong. I'm just talking about the fact that there's people out there that are interested in doing the sideways tango with Shyvana. Scion. Oh, sorry. I feel like I don't need to elaborate on Singed, the literal mad scientist that looks like that. That's a rat bastard. And we can move on. Scion. That's just... I'm sure someone's into that. I don't get it. The birds and the dwagons. It's true. Sivir. Alright. Sivir, I always remember her splash art being like, what the Wait, what? I get... Does Riot agree? They're like, yeah, this splash art's really bad. Wait. Okay. I'm gonna back out because they have the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, this splash art makes no sense. Like, what is going on with her body? As is. Okay, cool. Has a Xena skin? Or a Xena, like Warrior Princess? Look at that. That's very... The splash art's very anime. Huh. I mean, she's a pretty lady. Just like there are a bunch of other just pretty ladies. Skarner. That's a scorpion. Scorpion is a rat bastard. Sona. Sona's really pretty. Sona I find attractive. Soraka has a big dumb horn on her head. And has hooves. She looks so dumb. Swain. They reworked this guy, didn't they? Because he did not look like fucking Draco Malfoy when I played the game. I don't know, that's just like a very, very regal looking older gentleman. Who are you? Silas. The Unshackled. Raised in one of Damasia's lesser quarters, Silas of Dregborn has come to symbolize the darker side of the greater city. As a boy, his ability to root out hidden sorcery caught the attention of the notorious mage seekers, who eventually imprisoned him from turning those same powers against them. Having now broken free, Silas lives as a hardened revolutionary, using the magic of those around him to destroy the kingdom he once served. And his band of outcast mage followers seem to grow day by day. Okay. I don't know. He's handsome. I'm sure someone's into it. Oh, which one are you again? You're another one that's like tits are about to pop out, right? Yeah, Syndra. Her stupid Nicobolus horns look so dumb. And then like, what is this outfit? It's like tight leather that becomes a bound miniskirt. It's silly looking. I don't know. Does absolutely nothing for me. Tom Kench is extremely charming, but also a rat bastard. The catfish man that vores people, I'm okay. Though, again, he literally does vor, so I'm sure there's people that are like, hell yeah. Yeah, Tom Kench. Not me. No, thank you. Who are you? The moment when the lead character is over-sexualized, shocker. Well, yeah, but here's the thing. When a character is over-sexualized, as someone who is asexual, I usually just find it to be, like, unappealing. It's just like, the whole point you designed this character away is just so people will be like, ooh, you know? She looks like a child. I don't want to talk about that. Talon? Yeah. I don't know. What? This guy looks like an edgelord. Tarek. Tarek is so... The dude is the epitome of edgelord. Yeah, absolutely. I like Tarek a lot. Just Crystal Fabio. Gems are truly outrageous. I mean, he looks like Fabio. Like, that's his whole point. I'm sure someone is into that. Timo, no thank you. Thresh is a rat bastard. Tristana. Trundle is a troll. Tryndamere. Isn't this guy modeled after a fucking crypto bro or something? And that alone just like knocks him down to unattractive, I think. Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate occupies the same spot as Graves. Older men, great facial hair. I get it. Also, I believe these two are gay together, and that's wonderful. We love to see it. Twitch is the definition of a rat bastard. We found it. The quintessential rat bastard. Udyr. That is... They reworked Udyr, huh? He's got like a dad bod thing going on. Or maybe it's more... Nah, he seems more like a... He got like a strong dad bod. That's cool. I don't think there's any other characters that kind of do that. I'm sure someone is into this. Urgot. Or get out of here, more like. Who are you? Varys. You approve of guy that looks like he could rip you apart, right? Like, with very minimal effort. This is like a game. This is like a gay man's fantasy. He's got like that slender buff thing going on. The costumes are worse for this guy. That's just Shen again. Oh god. Oh, they did a D&D character line? That's pretty funny. The Cupid one? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure someone's attracted to that. I always thought that this character had like a really bad design. Vayne, yeah. Did anyone here grow up with that TV show or heard of that TV show Cyber 6? Hold on. Yeah, she does have a Bayonetta thing going on as well. Yeah, I don't, like, it was, you're aware of it, you swear it was like a fever dream. Yeah. But this is like that's like the main character from Cyber 6, who looked like, was like a crime fighter that dressed up in leather at nighttime, but during the day would pretend to be like a man to keep her like identity secret. Anyway, Vayne reminds me of that a bit. I don't know, it's the leather and the dumbass goggles. I think her design is so bad. Which is weird, because I think Bayonetta has a good design, but there's like a lot of similarities there. I think has a lot to do with the goggles. Vigar is a black mage from Final Fantasy. And that's all we need to say about him. I like the way he bounces around. VVU? It's very clearly the design. Vel'Koz is a tentacle monster, so I'm sure there's someone into that. However, it's just an eyeball with tentacles. I'm not gonna put it in Rat Bastard tier, but it's definitely not there. What is this? Vex. It's another Yordle, but it's like a goth Lolita Yordle. Okay. Wait, where's Vi? Why is it out of order? Huh? Vi, I get it. I get it with this one. We still cool. I mean, I like the arcane version of her design better than this, but even then, this is still very good. I don't know, just like punk cyberpunk aesthetic. Pixie pink hair, the face tattoo, the fucking frills coming out from there. I get it. Viego. That looks like fucking Alucard from the Castlevania. Yeah! Avery agrees. I mean, yeah. I'm sure someone is into that. Like, come on. Yeah, this guy gets bumped up to attractive. Like, what the hell? Victor. Man. Like, that's just... I'm more curious of how Victor in Arcane is gonna become this. But, like, this as a design is not attractive in any kind of way. It is a man, though, Avery. It is a man. He's, like, got cybernetic enhancements or whatever. Let me pull up Arcane Victor for you, Avery. Because he's still a man in that. He's just like this sick, dying, struggling scientist type. And he's the most compelling character in that show, at least to me. So I'm curious to see how he ends up like this. Looks very uncomfortable or all that, I agree. Warhammer 40k mechanics comes to mind. I haven't played Warhammer. but I know a lot of people are into it. Varys? This is a vampire guy, right? Vladimir. His name's fucking Vladimir. I don't know. Like, aren't vampires supposed to be, like, kind of horny? You just like blowing shit. Kael'thas Sunstrider. I don't get it. I don't get it with this guy. Volibear is a big old polar bear, so he goes right next to all the other furries. Yeah, unless it's like the Nosferatu one with the bit. Yeah, that one was ugliest. And Warwick next to all the other furries. Sun Wukong next to all the other furries. We already marked. Did Zareth is a man made out of plasma energy. This one was even like less defined as a person than Malzahar was. Oh god, this guy. I forget his name all the time. Xin Zhao. His design always was like, this is just a guy. Like, there's so many fantastical, like, characters in this game, and like Xin Zhao's it's just a guy with a spear. Yasuo he's got a reputation amongst the players of this game. Apparently he's just like the worst. But design-wise, I like his design. He is just kind of a guy with a sword, though. But he's like got more of a samurai aesthetic thing going on. He looked like Maxi from Soul Calibur. So true. That's so true. And Maxi was also like the least interesting guy from Soul Calibur as well. Yasuo is also just like whatever for me, though. Who the hell is that? Yon? Yon! The Unforgotten. Half-brother of Yasuo. Despite playing Soul Calibur, I didn't remember his name. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to pull Maxi out unless you had told me. It's another Yasuo, but this one's got long, flowing hair. You can tell he's evil because he doesn't have his hair tied back, unlike Yasuo. I don't know. The helmet's really dumb looking. Yorick? Yorick, yeah. He's a gravekeeper. That is an unattractive man. That's a cat? Zack. Zack is a flubber. But, like, what if flubber had a bunch of defined back muscles? Unattractive. Zed. This is a edgy ninja. They misspell your name. Not cool. Ah! Is your actual name Zack Sneeze? Yes, alright. I'll probably keep calling you Sneeze, though. He's so edgy. This is like a 12-year-old boy's ideal edgy ninja. Like, he's just like, oh, and then he's got like spikes that stick out of his back, and he's got spikes that stick out of his arms, and then he's got like a mask on, and his eyes go red. He's so cool looking, and he's the master of shadows. Exactly. lie. You would believe. Zeri. Turtle soup, etc., etc. Huh. I mean, she's cute. But, someone probably is attracted to that. Ziggs is charming as hell. I'm not going to talk about him. Zillion. You cannot Killian the Zillion. And then, you know, old school League meme. I mean, it's a really old man. It's not very attractive. Zoe. I've heard of Zoe. This is exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to, like, this is a 12-year-old, but she's like 5,000 years old, so it's fine to... No, that's a child. Ugh. Zyra. It's Poison Ivy. It's Poison Ivy. She's got these things. Someone's attracted to that. Alright, cool. That only took like an hour. Hour and a half. Holy. Oh, I can save it. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. How many fight exactly the same? Basically none of them. They all have unique playstyles. It's actually crazy. Like, there are 5 different, like, categories of characters in the game. So you have your top laners, which are usually, like, your tanks. You have your junglers, which are like your specialty type characters that are level up by like running around fighting mobs inside of like the forest area and like helping other lanes. There's the mid laners, which are usually like your spellcasters that do damage. You got your ADCs, which are your attack damage carries, and your supports, which both occupy the bottom lane. And their goal is just to like level up without dying as quickly as they can so that they can buy the items necessary to do damage. It hasn't been great at balance, but they try. Yeah, like they usually are very quick to balance the game. And yeah, all the characters have unique playstyles, which is like the craziest part about it. And also there's like a bunch of different items that each character can buy, and each item like augments the stats of the characters. It's a lot. The game is a lot. Like there's a reason why a lot of people, it's like a popular esport game, because like when you get really good at it, you're like insane. But for me, I was just like, I don't enjoy the tedious. It felt tedious a lot of the time to me, at least. But I like the characters. I like the IP. I like a lot of the stuff they're doing outside of League with the characters. Like they have the fighting game coming up soon. They have Legends of Runeterra. They have TFT. All of these things I like better than League. And then they have Arcane, which shows that like they have a lot of really strong like characters to work with too. I'm very excited for the second season. Anyway, what are we doing next? Let's do Bloodborne Bosses. They did a Metroidvania? I did not know they did a Metroidvania. Ranking the Bloodborne bosses plus DLC. That does not look like enough. Silas? Okay. There we go. Okay. Alright. Bloodborne Bosses. The One Reborn. This is the giant pile of body parts that falls from the moon. This was not it has a cool design, but it was not a particularly difficult boss. The Witches of Hemwick are the worst fight in the game. Traverse the sprawling city of Zaun as Echo, a young inventor, and he and his friend. Oh, so it stars Echo. Echo is one of the child characters. He has like an ability to reverse time by a couple of seconds. Oh, the vacuous spider Rom is also a D. The design of this fight is so dumb. It's so dumb. It's just like, the first phase is, he doesn't attack you at all. He just lets his army of spiders bash your head in. And they do way more damage than they should, and it's really annoying. And then when you get into the second phase, Rom just like starts spewing meteors from like across the arena at you, and if you try and get close to hit it, they start spewing meteors up from below them. This fight sucks. This fight is such garbage. Martyr Ligorius, that's the one that's on top of the cathedral, right? Or the castle that's like blocking the entrance. I first tried him. He was a cool fight though. He's like a mix of melee and magic casting. Murgo's Wet Nurse was like a B. It's got a great design, but if you just stand behind it while it's like flailing its tendrils, you don't really get hit by it. Though it does have that one attack in that it does where it just like summons a clone of itself and you just basically gotta run the whole time. Celestial Emissary. Is this the three guys? Or is... No, that's the Living Failure or something. The Celestial Emissary is just like a bigger version of a normal enemy that you need to find. You're gonna do some hitless ABSRAD. Okay. Abs rad. Sounds good. This is another D fight. Abritus. Oh, this is the Eldritch monster that you have to fight it. Abritus was cool. I never did Yarnum because I didn't really do the chalices. Ludwig is an S tier fight. This fight is cool as hell. Oh my god, so cool. And now that I have like a fuller understanding of the series as a whole, yeah, there's like unique bosses to the chalices, but I didn't do them. I did like a couple of them like in my own free time, but the chalices are just kind of uninteresting to me. As I was saying, now that I have like the full context of the FromSoft series, when Ludwig pulls out the blade, the Moonlight blade, ooh, even as someone who like retroactively of looking at back at it being like, that's really cool, I can only imagine how hype people who were like deeply invested in the lore of these games were when he did that. They're like, is that and I can appreciate that a lot, you know. Orphan Accost is another S tier fight. So fast-paced, so hectic. Really tests your skills. The fact that he can be parried is like is such a nice thing, because like the parry window on it's pretty small, but the fact that you can parry it is like the one saving grace they give you in an otherwise just like uphill battle of a fight. It's very good. Lady Maria is another S tier fight. The DLC for Bloodborne is so good. Like, all these fights are DLC ones, and they're all so good. I think I put Lady Maria above Orphanikos. I think Ludwig's is probably the best fight, though. Watchdogs of the Old Lord. That's another Chalice one. I did do this, but by the time I went into the Chalices, I was over-leveled, so this... I don't think I have a very good understanding of what the difficulty of this fight is supposed to be like. It's like a C. Lawrence. Lawrence is the worst DLC fight, because he's just the, God, what? He's just the cleric beast, but he's on fire. So when you get to the second phase and like he loses his legs and starts like bleeding lava all over the place, it's just annoying. It's just an annoying fight. Father Gascon is... He's S tier. I think this is the best first boss fight in any FromSoft game. He's also, like, arguably the hardest first boss fight in any FromSoft game. But he does a really good job of teaching you the mechanics. Because if you try and fight Papa G as if this was, like, a Dark Souls game, he will punish the shit out of you. He will murder the crap out of you. You're out for Canada Day? Have a good day, Zavis. Thanks for hanging out, friend. Yeah, he just does a really good job of, like, forcing you to learn the mechanics of the game. Amygdala. I keep forgetting. How do you say this again? Amygdala? Yeah. So, you know, Eldritch monster. Get it to half health, rips off its arms, employs the old FromSoft tactic of mutilating itself in order to get stronger, which is just like that. Sure, I like these Eldritch monster fights quite a bit. Living Failures is they don't pose much of a threat, and then they throw meteors at you. And if you don't know what to do, you'll just die to the meteors, and if you do know what to do, then you never will. And that's not super interesting. Cleric Beast is a totally serviceable early game boss. This is like technically the first boss you can come across in the game, and I did, and it was good. It gets you in the flow of like fighting big enemies. It doesn't do too much damage. It's like a fine learning curve, but I do think Gascon is just like a way better early boss. German joins the hunt. S tier. So good. So good. It's a shame that beating him and the thing that comes up afterwards. What is it? Moon Presence? Moon Presence, unfortunately, was a bit of a letdown. After a fight that was as good as Gehrman's. Numerian Descendant, I think that's a Chalice fight. Keeper of the Old Lords, I think is another Chalice fight. Vicar Amelia, she heals herself, I believe, which is just like a mechanic I don't like much. And you need to like use an item to prevent the healing, and she's fine. She's fine. Blood-Starved Beast is another kind of like fine fight. If you have fire, it kind of like makes this thing into a joke. Undead Giant is another Chalice fight. Mikolash! Alright, I lied. I said Witch of Hemming. Hemwick was the worst fight. Mikolash is the worst fight. In fact, Mikolash might be the worst boss fight in any of the FromSoft games. Chase me! Chase me as I run from you! And that's the whole fight. It's like, oof. And when you do finally corner him in one room, he's got 2 attacks that are easily dodgeable, but because they're magic attacks, they can do way more damage than they should, and sometimes you'll get caught off guard and die. And you have to restart the whole chase sequence again, and it's just bad. Hate this fight. Yeah, like I said, Moon Presence was just kind of underwhelming. Like, its attacks are really telegraphed, and it doesn't take long to, like, it's easy to dodge most attacks. The only thing that's annoying is when it, like, uses a move that reduces your HP to 0, or to, like, 1. And then also, it has the ability to prevent you from using your blood vials. And if you have, like, those 2 things happen at the same time, you're either dead or you're just running away from this thing until you can use your blood vials. And that's just annoying. Dark Beast Parl. I don't think so. Like, I learned after the fact how to properly fight this thing, but not knowing how to fight this thing is, like, can be really annoying. And also, I was using, like, a strength-based weapon, so I had the ability to, like, stun this guy. But from my understanding is that if you don't use, like, something that can stagger him, this fight is, like, way harder. Like, way harder. But he's optional, so you can just come back to him later and just wipe the floor with him, which is what I ended up doing anyway. Like, I struggled against him for a bit, left, came back to him later, and then beat him fairly easily. Shadows of Yharnam is a cool mid-game boss fight. The last phase where they start sprouting snakes out of the ground to attack you a bunch is a bit getcha-y. Like, I don't know if it's reasonable to be able to dodge those snakes, but it feels like it just intended to hit you and probably kill you. Beast Possessed Soul. I think these are all Chalice boss fights now. I did do these ones. Like, most of these are all just kind of like sea-level fights. Or at least the ones that I did. Alright, cool. So there is my Bloodborne boss tier list. Ludwig at the top, I think he's the best fight. Lady, Maria, and Orphanakos, like I said, the DLC for this game is incredible. And then Father Gascon and Gehrman are also fantastic fights. It's like, the fights where you're basically fighting other hunters in this game are all so good. But that also could be, like, a preference of mine, where I just enjoy the fights that feel more like one-on-one confrontation duel types. And the dueling in Bloodborne just feels so good. Alright, cool. So, Bloodborne done. Let's talk about Sekiro. Which, at this point, I think I am comfortable with saying is, in fact, my favorite of the FromSoft games. Perfect, amazing, good, average, bad, awful. Your least favorite? That's totally valid. Like, everyone's entitled to their opinions. I loved this game, though. Comprehensive Sekiro boss and mini boss list. Okay. I don't think I care enough to do the mini bosses. Like, the mini bosses are all, like, designed fairly well. You can admit it's good if you're a big fan of that particular, and I am. It felt very satisfying to learn. You're very bad at the playstyle, so it's not fun. Yeah, and that valid. Absolutely valid. I'm gonna remove that tier list. All right. So Emma the Gentle Blade. So this is if you choose the bad ending of the game. The Rikumaru mod for it is amazing. You'll have to enlighten me. Okay, so Emma, the Gentle Blade, she's like a precursor boss. Like, you need to beat her in order to take on Ishin Ashina. So you get pretty good at fighting her. Is the assassin from Tenchu. Ooh. So she's got like grabs. She has like a slightly off beat sword attacks, so it can be kind of hard to time them properly. Yeah, she mixes up the 3 different types of attacks. So she has like unblockables, she has grabs, and she has stabs. She's very well designed. Genichiro is an S. This boss was the first like really big roadblock for me, and I think for a lot of people who play this game, because this boss demands that you know the Sekiro mechanics. Very similar to how like Papa G wants you to play Bloodborne by its rules. Genichiro is very much like if you try and play like Dark Souls, you're gonna die. Like, he punishes Dark Souls movement a ton. Like, backstepping away from him, he's on your ass. Trying to dodge roll through his blades. They got big sweeps, and you don't have iframes the same way that you do in Dark Souls. It's like, you're gonna get hit unless the attack is specifically designed to be like stepped out of the way of. And when you get good at this fight, it's just like a rhythm. It's like playing a song, and it's brilliant in the way that you're gonna be doing this boss fight a lot of times your first playthrough, and then when you get to the end of the game and you have to fight Ishin the Sword Sate, he's the prelude boss to that, but you've like your attacks are probably stronger, you have more health, and you've like already fought him a bunch / enemies that are tougher than him. So when you get to like have your third encounter with him, you just wipe the floor with him, and it makes you just like have this tangible way to recognize how much better you've gotten at the game. And it's like also a nice book ending, because like he's the first boss you encounter in the game and also one of the last ones. So it's just like, it's so good. I love this fight. Headless Ape. This is the second fight with the Guardian Ape. So you encounter it inside of the caves, and it's an exact copy of the second phase of the Guardian Ape for the first part, except he's less aggressive, and that's because in the second phase he summons like a version of the Guardian Ape as a second one. This is the only double fight in the entire game, and it's also probably one of the weakest fights in the game, because it's tedious because you're dealing with 2 enemies at the same time, but they're both like watered down versions of both phases of the Guardian Ape, because we know that you're going to be doing you're fighting 2 at the same time, so we're not going to make them as aggressive as the normal Guardian Ape in either regard, because otherwise you're never going to get a chance to hit them. But that just means that like it's not hard, it's just tedious. Ishin the Sword Sate is S. This is the final boss. It's tough as nails, but my god, do you ever feel like a master of the game when you overcome him. This is probably my favorite boss fight in the entire series. It's so good. It's just 3 phases. Each one kind of like tests a different aspect of the game to make sure that you understand the rules of it. The first one's just like a traditional sword fight. Second phase, he's got like a long sweeping spear with like different multiple different attacks. He's got so many switch ups and so many different tells that it requires you to like basically be an expert of this fight in order to come through it. But when you do get it, oh baby. Gyobu Oniwa is the first boss that you come across in the game. He's the one that's on horseback. He is a totally serviceable first boss fight. He's not super difficult. He's got decent, he's like got a long wind up and a lot of tells on his attack. You feel like it feels good to beat him because he's still like tough, especially if you don't know the mechanics of the game yet. But on subsequent playthroughs and like rematches against him, he's basically a joke. Lady Butterfly is quite the spectacle of a fight, but her AI is very abusable, like very, very abusable. And that's a bummer because if you do the fight like as it's intended to be, it's like this, again, it's like a dance. It's like a song. It's just, it has a pattern to it, it has a flow to it, and once you get into it, it feels great, but it's pretty easy to just like dodge to the right of her and then just hit her. And you can just rinse repeat that until she's dead. And that's a bummer. Genichiro Ashina. Is this the first fight? Yeah. This is like your... I'm just gonna put him in right next to these two. Actually, I think the regular version of Genichiro is actually slightly better than the Way of Tomoe, just because Way of Tomoe integrates the lightning attack, and those, once you know how to deal with them, are very abusable to like get tons of stagger damage on the bosses and stuff, and it's just like having those makes things easier. Also, he doesn't use his bow nearly as much as the base sword, and the bow is like a really good way of keeping you in check. Guardian Ape is so tough on your first playthrough. This is the boss that I died to the most on my initial playthrough. I think it took like 3.5 hours of attempts against this thing, and it's so... oof. It's so erratic, its movements are so fast. It's like one of the only like very large bosses in the game, and it moves like so, its movements are so hard to tell, but it's a fun fight once you know how to do it. Corrupted Monk is another really abusable fight. There's apparently like ways to just stun lock this thing until it's dead. I opt not to do them because I think it's more fun to fight the bosses the way that they are intended to be fought instead of like abusing the AI, because like it's cool as a novelty, or if you're speedrunning and trying to do the fights as quickly as possible, then like yeah, go for it, but you're missing out on like the mechanics and the design of the fight that makes it fun, at least in my opinion. Corrupted Monk is a 3-phase version of this fight, though the first phase and this are identical outside of the fact that this thing takes way more stagger damage than the spirit form. Then the second phase can be completely ignored if you jump up into a tree and then get a free stab in on it. And then the third phase, it has a big old centipede sticking out of its head that does a status effect that can just kill you. It's fine. These Corrupted Monk fights are fine. Folding Screen Monkeys is a gimmick fight, and if you don't know the gimmick, it can be really tedious, and if you do know the gimmick, it takes like 45 seconds to beat the fight, because they spawn in the same places consistently every single time. So if you go into the Folding Screen fight, it's like turn behind you, slash, there's an invisible monkey there. Run forward, jump to the right onto the roof, slash, there's a monkey there. Jump down to the tree into the middle, throw some firecrackers to stun the monkey there, slash, kill it. Jump up to the side, jump around onto a roof, go around, bang, monkey, dead. That's it. Fight's done. And it's just like, alright, cool. Ishin Ashina is a worse version of Ishin the Sword Saint. They have similar moves. He's a weaker version. He's better than him, though. But he has like fire coming up all over the place, and he's got like a couple of unique moves to him. It's a totally fine final boss, but it pales in comparison to the actual Ishin. This is the regular Great Shinobi Owl fight. This is the one that you get at the same point in the game as these two fights. And similarly, it's also an A-tier fight. He does not care about traditional samurai roles. He uses ninja arts, so he's like throwing kunai at you, or spreading poison over the arena, or firecrackers, or smoke clouds. And he fights like a ninja, and then he's got a sword that's like twice the length of you, so his range is unreal. But it's another one of those, like, if you stay aggressive on top of him and like know the way of his attacks, oh, it feels good. I'm gonna just jump right to the second fight with him though, but it pales in comparison to the Owl Father fight, which is the second best fight in the game. It's like his first encounter, but like on steroids, because this is like the weakened version of him narrative wise. So the second fight is just him at his peak, so he's like faster, he has more moves, he doesn't rely as much on ninja tools, but that's because he's a brick shithouse of a man that can just overpower you. And then he has a second phase where he like turns into a bird or he like has a spectral bird, which actually kind of makes the fight easier because you just bait out the bird attack and then it lets you land in some free hits. Really well designed fight though. The Divine Dragon is 100% just a spectacle fight. Like, it's more of a puzzle than anything, but it's such a cool spectacle fight. Like, you're just running around, catching lightning and throwing it at this giant dragon that's wielding a sword the size of a skyscraper. And it culminates with you, like, being caught up in a tornado, flying to the air and landing one more giant, like, redirecting a bolt of lightning right into its fucking skull. It's so cool. Such a cool fight. Dying to it is really tedious because it's like long and it's like not particularly challenging, but sometimes you just get caught off guard and it's like, no. Demon of Hatred. Oh man. It's like, I understand what they were going for with this fight. They were like, what if we took like Dark Souls boss design and just put one Dark Souls boss inside of our Sekiro game? And the problem is that the mechanics of Sekiro are not really designed to fight a Dark Souls boss. So like parrying, it's not a thing you can reasonably do against the Demon of Hatred. You can't really stagger it. It's got way more health than most of the bosses in the game. It's got insane reach and damage and range, and if you try and like maintain a distance, it throws fire at you. So it's just like, it's a lot of running and trying to get behind it, and I just don't think it's very successful. Like, it is designed like a Dark Souls boss, and it does what it needs to do, but you die to it a lot, and it feels like you don't have a whole lot of agency over how the fight goes. And it's such a shame. Like, I did a second playthrough on stream after beating the game, where I was like, I think I could go through this whole game in a single stream. And I did, and I fought all of these bosses, except for Owl Father, because the side quest is very long, and Demon of Hatred, because I just could not bring myself to do it again. It just was not a fun fight to me. But I think most of the main boss fights in this game are either good to excellent. So, and that's like the majority of the game's entertainment comes from the boss fights. So that's why I think it's one of my favorite, because it may not have like the most boss fights in it compared to some of the other ones, but I think the overall quality of their boss fights are very high. So yeah, that is Sekiro. So last but not least, let's talk about Elden Ring. The most recent one. Elden Ring Bosses. But before we do that, I'm going to use the washroom real quick. So I'm going to throw on an ad, and I will be right back. All right. Elden Ring boss tier list. Who do we got? All right, let's see if I can remember all these off the top of my head. So this is the Ancestral Beast. It's like the big old elk that bounces around in the sky. It doesn't have a very diverse move pool, and it didn't seem to pose like that much of a threat. Ancestral Beast, yeah, and then this is the better version of it. Is the oh dear. It's like a C tier fight. It just didn't pose very much of a threat. This is a stall. This was like the giant, like eldritch monster that you fight in order to finish Ronnie's side quest. It's cool. It wasn't super difficult either. Its moves were like very well telegraphed, and if you just like stay out of the way of its mandibles, it seemed fine. It throws out like a decent amount of gravity magic. It was a fine fight. This is the commander inside of the Scarlet Rot Swamp that summoned like other like Spirit Ash enemies to fight you. Estelle's grab is a one-hit kill. I'm glad I did not get caught by it then. Let's see. This guy was also an okay fight. His moves were very slow. So, like, with my build, it was just put up a shield and then counterattack. But I imagine if you weren't using a shield, just, like, dodging out of the way of his attacks wouldn't be all that difficult to do. You did this, you're fighting the mount the whole time. Yeah, that also makes sense that you could do that. Yo, what is this? And what's the name of this again? It's like the Dragon Kin something or whatever. It's just like it's like a big guy that runs around, grabs you, lightning and frost. It's fine. Again, another fine fight. Big dragon, big two-headed dragon with lightning spears and giant lasers, and you have to freeze time in order to get to him. Cool fight. Very, very cool fight. Elden Beast. I think the Elden Beast is like an A, but Radigan was an S. Just because, like, hold on. Let me just quickly put on Radigan's theme. Because that song goes real hard. Oh. Like, this song alone, I think, makes this fight into an S tier, but it's also just a really good fight. I think I fought this guy, but by the time I got to him, I was probably, like, higher level than anticipated. He did not pose much of a threat, but he also was just, like, big sword-swinging guy. He slammed the ground with a shield. I fought so many bosses that did, like, similar stuff to him that he wasn't particularly difficult. The Fire Giant was a cool fight. It took a long-ass time, and being a melee character did make things more difficult, because you have to be close to him, and that's a pretty easy way to die, but it was cool. This is the spectral version of Godfrey. This fight was okay. Probably top B, I think. This is the god skins, but when you fight them at the same time. I'm not a fan of gank fights. And I also don't particularly like these guys all that much. Like, I would put just this god skin on his own, the fencing one, as like a C. Alright, went over to Gusty Gardens after Radigan's theme. I could see the vibes being kind of similar there. Haraloo. Very cool. Very, very cool. I like this guy's design a lot. I like that he basically just says, screw it, I don't need a weapon. I'm just gonna go full WWE mode on your ass. And he's a legitimate threat. I came to him, like, very late game, so I was able to get him on my first attempt, but I've heard many people be like, this fight is hard, and I die to it a lot. And I'm like, I get it. I'm sure if I wasn't doing, like, 800 to, like, 1200 points of damage on every hit, that it wouldn't have been as hard. Or if I had limited my Ash tier usage, this fight I think would be a lot harder, because his focus would have been on me instead of on my Ash tier. I think I'm going to say that when I do a second playthrough of Elden Ring, I'm just going to prevent myself from using the Ash tier. Or the Mimic, rather. The Ash Mimic. Whereas, like, I'll still probably use some kind of Spirit Ash, but not that one. It seemed too good, you know? This is the guy in Stormvale Castle. I died to him like a decent amount of times, but that's because it was early in the game. I was still on, like, basically my beginning equipment, and I wasn't super familiar with the mechanics of the game yet. But, like, you encounter him a couple more times throughout it. Granted, I had much better gear by the time I got him across him, and I could actually block his attacks without, you know, getting flung across the screen. He was fine. This was the dragon at the end of Fia's sideline. I think the dragon fights are all pretty cool. Like, I think the design of the dragons is pretty solid all around. Granted, they all use like the same moveset with like different elementals or whatever. And this one, I think you like came across more versions of it inside of the area where you fight Malekith. What is this? Oh, that's Lydia. Magic caster on the back of a seed. Magic casters are cowards. They go in C tier for coward. Magma worm. It's only got like, it's got basically one gimmick to it, which is that it spews up lava and then runs around, and if you just like avoid getting hit by the lava, then he doesn't pose much of a threat. Let's see. Is there Morgott and Margit on here? I think this one is Margit because it doesn't have the blade. Yeah, I think that one's Margit, or yeah, because it has the blade out, and also it's rune behind it. So Margit is a very solid early game fight. Very, very solid. He's got a lot of change-ups. He's got a decent amount of range on his moves. Poses a pretty solid early game challenge. And I like the fact that if you have a hard time with him, you can just turn around and go do something else until you feel more comfortable. And that's like probably my biggest point of praise for Elden Ring in its entirety, is that because it's open world, you aren't forced to fight a boss that you're struggling with forever until you beat it. The Mimic tier fight is whatever. Like, I get it. Or you can be a masochist, and you have that right. If you want to be a masochist, no one's stopping you from doing it. The Mimic tier. So, like, I get what they're going for here. It's like, oh, this is like your Dark Link fight. You know, you're fighting another version of yourself. Spend 6 hours with him while everyone else goes up and levels up for 3 hours exploring new areas and then steamrolls them. Yeah. I mean, like, you can challenge yourself if you want to. Or you can be like, hey, I'm going to go to Stormvale and then come back to this. Like, I think when I fought Margit, I was, like, around an appropriate level for them. Because I could deal damage to him, but I was still, like, it wasn't a cakewalk. But I could definitely see just, like, out-leveling him and ignoring him entirely, right? Like, you don't even have to fight this. You can just go fight Morgott instead, and then this just disappears. But then you're depriving yourself of another boss fight. This is the spectral version of Moog that you fight in the depths. Or not in the depths, inside of like a chasm, or either way, it's fine. I think the second version of Moog is a lot more interesting. I recently learned about like the glitch you can do to just ignore him entirely. So maybe I'll do that on the second playthrough. Nerd Wolf. Not a fan of the Nerd Wolf. It does a bunch of damage, but it takes a bunch of damage, and it just like runs around casting spells and this is a better version of the Ancestral Spirit fight, but not by much. Like, the main difference is that it has like a couple more moves, and also periodically it'll just heal itself for a ton. And you're like, oh, okay. I'm not a huge fan of Vernala's fight either. Mostly because I think the first phase is just tedious and annoying. But the second phase is a good amount of fun. This is the spectral version of Lindell, so just slightly worse. Godric. He's a cool fight. Cool early game fight. Melania is the best fight. It's hard as balls, but it's so good. It's so good. That's Morgott, I think, is also an S tier fight. Radon is also an S tier fight. Radon's like right behind Margaret. Who's this? Oh, that's Rykard. The Rykard fight, I'm not a fan of the fights that are like, hey, here's like this boss that's really hard to deal with unless you use this like gimmick that we give you. Like, I don't find that interesting or particularly fun. It's like, oh, but you're absolutely destroying this guy. Don't you feel like a badass? It's like, no, it doesn't feel like I'm the one that's doing anything here. The game just gave me the tool necessary to kill this boss. Like, right before the boss fight. It's the exact same problem that I had with Yorm the Giant in Dark Souls 3. They did it right with Radon. Yeah. Like, with Radon, they're like, hey, here's a bunch of spirits that you can summon because, like, he's huge. And he still, like, absolutely decimates all the spirits. Like, it's cool. Rykard, I think, is boring and kind of lame. Yeah, it made it felt like you were, like, summoning the troops rallying together to, like, overcome this insurmountable odd. Whereas this fight was just like, here's, like, a toothpick that also happens to be, like, his weak point, so now he's dead. These are the gargoyles, right? Gargoyle fight is fine. It's fine. And Malekith is another S tier fight. The late... I was very surprised with how good a lot of the late game boss fights were. It definitely feels like they saved a lot of the really good fights for like the last 20% of the game. Whereas a lot of the early game fights didn't feel like super interesting or difficult. The designs of them felt very simplistic compared to a lot of these later game ones, where they had like more varied move sets and a lot more things to keep an eye out for. Yeah, so like now that I look at this, there's a lot of like very middling boss fights for me in Elden Ring, which is probably why I wouldn't put it over Sekiro, because I think the boss design of Sekiro overall is stronger. But the bosses that they do really good here are really, really good. The third, let's see. Yeah, the Godskin duo fight. I just don't like gank fights. And I also don't like the Godskins very much on their own anyway. So when you're like, force me to fight two of them at the same, sorry, like 5 of them. What's the secret? They're super weak to sleep. Yeah. The thing is, like, because I was using a weapon that could not have grease or Ashes of War used on them for, like, most of the game, when I finally got that hammer, it didn't even occur to me to use greases, like, at all. Because I just hadn't done it for 75 hours of gameplay up to that point, right? Sleep bombs. Yeah, that's... The crafting system, I definitely just didn't feel compelled to use almost at all. And I do think that's like a bit of a shortcoming of the game. Granted, that could be just like my playstyle, but it never really felt like I had to craft things. So the fact that there were so many crafting materials just all over the place that you could pick up, it's just like, it just kind of felt like a lot of busy stones. Everything you made, rainbow stones, holy bombs, sleep bombs. And that's about it. Soap. Yeah, it's just, they give you so many different things you can craft. Like, so many. And you just, like... I could just smack things. What exactly did the soap do again? Yeah, it's just like, when you look at Breath of the Wild's crafting, like, pretty much all the materials have uses. And, like, makes you feel like it's worth going out of your way to collect this stuff, like whether it's food that you use for healing or monster drops that you can like graft onto your stuff or use to upgrade your clothing or your armor. Soap would stop that from ticking up. Oh, really? I see. Yeah, it's just like, I think that's probably the thing that I would hold the most against Elden Ring. Granted, it's entirely optional, so it's not like it's like detrimental to the game as a whole. It's just, it feels like a bit of a tacked on feature to the game because they looked at other open world games like Breath of the Wild and were like, oh, they have like a lot of materials for picking up and crafting. We should also include a bunch of stuff like that too to make the game feel more, you know, alive and lived in. But then the best thing that they could think of to do with like all these crafting materials is like items that you could acquire in Dark Souls without like the extra step involved with like buying the cookbook and then making the stuff yourself. And it just felt like it cluttered up my inventory a lot. But that's kind of an issue these FromSoft games have always kind of suffered from, is very cluttered inventory. Alright. So now, what are we tier listing? Any suggestions from chat? I'm open. Otherwise, I'm gonna tier list all the Pokemon. All of them. And that'll take a very long time. So I'm open to other things. Alright, Pokemon it is. Every Pokemon 2023. No, by every they mean every. Oh no. No, I can't do that. What's the No. The entire rest of the stream, true. Well, I mean, I got 24 hours to kill, is the thing, right? Let's see if this one also includes every form. What the hell? You're gonna go make lunch and do dishes? Alright. Have a good one, Avery. All current Pokemon. What's the ordering here? Alright, I'm just looking for unknown. Alright, they got one unknown on here. You know what that means? I don't have to rank 25 unknowns. Why is S plus at the bottom? Alright. We're gonna rename these lists. These tiers. So S plus, we got the best Pokemon. Which means that there can only be one Pokemon in the best Pokemon tier. Do I know what the best one is off the top of my head? I don't. So that's something we'll have to figure out on our own. Then S tier, we got Wonderful Lads. Or Perfect Lads. Behind Perfect Lads, we got Good Boys. B, we got... They're good. I already got good. They're fine. C tier are meh Pokemon. Ones that I don't have particularly strong feelings on one way or another. D tier are bad Pokemon. Bad boys. And then E tier are rat bastards. Okay. Starting at whatever they decide to put here. It looks like Gen 5 is what they have at the top here. We got Snivy. I think Snivy is a little asshole. I hate the way he looks at me. He looks so smug. I think its evolution is better, but not great. And same with its final evolution. I really like Tepig. Tepig was the one that I chose in Gen 5 as my starter. Upfront disclosure, I have not played every single Pokemon generation. I am familiar with pretty much all the Pokemon though. So when it comes to the generations that I haven't played, I'll probably have less opinions on them. And it'll be more of a vibes thing, you know. I think Tepig's second evolution is not very good, but I think Emboar rules. Oshawott is fine. Duat is better, and I really don't like Samurott. I'm not particularly fond of Watchog or whatever its pre-evolution is. Lillipup's fine. Herdior's fine. And I can't Dachshund or Dachshund or something like that. They're all fine. There are better dog Pokemon. Oh god. Liepard and... I can't remember this one's name. It's a fine cat. I don't like that its 3D model stands up on its hind legs, though. Don't anthropomorphize the cat, please. Liepard's man, though. All of these monkeys, every single one of these monkeys are rat bastards. I hate these monkeys. And I also hate the fact that I had to use one in order to beat the first gym. The fetus Pokemon is meh. Sorry, the embryo and then the fetus Pokemon. They're both meh. Pidov's a good bird. But I think its evolutions are worse. I think Zebstrike is cool as heck. I don't particularly care about its pre-evolution, though. Roggenrola, I think is this one's name. Boldeer and Gigalith. These are fine Geodudes. I do not like how these Pokemon look. Like, Woobat's fine, but like its evolution I think is so ugly. I think it's just not an attractive design. Which is weird, because I think I'm in the minority on that opinion. There are like, I've heard from multiple people that are like, man, I really like this goofy looking bat. I'm like, do you? Alright. We got Drillbur and Excadrill. This is just a friendly little cartoon mole. And Excadrill's cool. Audino, I do not care about. Girder. These guys are all abominations. They're like veiny, pinky protrusions and weird clown noses. And whatever the hell's on top of this guy's head. Not great. This is a cute little tadpole Pokemon. I like it. Its evolution is a rat bastard, though. Like, what is on top of its head? Its evolution is better. Like, I'm nostalgic to this one because I used it on my team. Because its typing is good. But its design leaves a lot to be desired. Sock and Throw are men in geese. And I don't like Pokemon that are just men in clothing. What is this? Leaveney, Swadloo. No, this is Leaveney, this is Swadloo. I can't remember the name of the bug. The bug's mess. Swadloo is very cute. And Leaveney, I think, is a cool design for a grass bug type. This whole line is pretty meh to me. I think Cottony's very cute. And I also think that I like both of these grass types. It's like their first forms are fine, but their evolutions are pretty cool. Basculin is a fish. Most of the fish Pokemon are probably going to end up in meh tier because, like, they're just fish most of the time. I like this little alligator guy. I think his evolution is fine. I think his final evolution is pretty cool, though. Duranitam is friend-shaped, and we like that. His evolution is I'm not as big fan of, though. Maractus is whatever. Dweeble is friend-shaped. His evolution is a lasagna. Scraffy with his like loose skin pants is definitely a choice for a design, but I don't like the way that his pixel model pulls up his loose skin. It makes me uncomfortable. So he's gonna be a bad boy. And then his evolution is, I don't know what I'm looking at with his evolution. It's like, yeah, he's supposed to be like a punk, right? But he doesn't look great. Sigilif is a cool design. Like Mesoamerican, like hieroglyphic flying, like abstract monster. Cool design. Yamask is Ghost Pokemon rule, just kind of as a rule. You're back too pissed off at Element to keep playing. Respect. Sometimes you need to just take a break, Sneeze. Oh god. Turtle Pokemon. Turtle Pokemon. Yeah, this is like the fossil line from the series. I don't care. Trubbish. Trubbish has like a little bit of cuteness to him. You think you're done with trying to do Radiant Hall of the Gods? Fair. Yeah, I think Trubbish is like, he's a garbage bag, but like he's at least got a little bit of charm to him. Garbodor is a rat bastard. It's just a pile of garbage. Like, what tier list is this? All Pokemon. Every single one, Sneeze. So I hope you're in for the long haul. I've got 20 and a half hours to kill still, so why not? God. The pre-evolution of this thing's fine. Zoroark is a really cool design, though. I don't think there's gonna be a ton of Pokemon that land in perfect lads for me. There's like not a ton of designs that I think are super good. Mineshow and Mineshino are whatever Pokemon. I hate this baby goth. Its evolution is better, but its final evolution is also ugly as sin. This evolutionary line is cool. I like pretty much all of them around the same, where it's just like a cell that's going through mitosis. Ducklet. Ducklet's cute. Swanna is much less cute. Swanna looks like she would berate me at a coffee shop, and I don't like that. Hey look, it's the ice cream Pokemon. I have no strong feelings on the ice cream Pokemon. They exist. I know some people point to these ones in particular as like, Pokemon design is so lazy. It's like, it's fine. They're fine. Well, they're meh, they're not fine, but you know what I mean. Deerling's another one that I don't care about. Same with its evolution. This is a flying electric squirrel is fine. This guy's ugly. Same with its evolution. Shroomish is fine. Amogus gets to good boys because of the memes. Like, they didn't know, but it's really funny. Frillish and then Jellicent. I do like the Pringle the Pringle Man jellyfish. Its pre-evolution is whatever though. Fish. Joltik is a perfect lad. This is such a good little Pokemon. Oh my god. He's so cute. He's maybe a bug, but he's like got the right level of goodness to him. I love this little boy. Galvantula's fine though. This is one of those Pokemon that I would catch as a Joltik and then like just keep as a Joltik. Ferroseed is cool. I really like its evolution though. Just like, I don't know. As a Pokemon, a metal grass type is really useful. Very defensive typing. Clink, Clank, and Clang, or whatever, they're gears. You can't ask me to care about gears. It's not gonna happen. Ugly. It's a fish. Yeah, these eels are really ugly. I hate that they got like the weird like mouth that opens up in 4 different directions, which I get it, it's accurate, but I don't like it. These are like the alien Pokemon. I have no strong feelings on them. I really like the Litwick line. I think Litwick and Lampert are good boys. I think Chandelier is a perfect lad. This the thought process of like a fire ghost Pokemon starting as like a candle into a lantern into a chandelier is so good. It's such a good design. I think the Haxorus line is way too busy. Like, this definitely comes across as like young boy designing a cool Pokemon, and it's like, what if it's a dragon but it has like an axe for a face? And it's just all okay. It's too busy for me. I don't like Cubchoo because I just don't like it when characters in games just have like big snot drool, like driplets coming out of their face. And then beard tick, the implication that like the beard that's made out of icicles is just like drool that's frozen to it. I'm also not a fan of. Snowflake Pokemon is fine. God. This shell with the kissy lips, not a fan. I do like the thing it evolves into more. It's like fine. It's like, oh, it's a cool ninja, but it evolves from this. So, okay. Stunfisk is a fish. Mineshoe is fine, but its evolved form is pretty good. It's got like this sleek elegance to it, which is unique to a fighting type Pokemon. You don't see it all that often. It's like Minefu and like Mineshoe or something like that. I hate this dragon. It's stupid raspberry head. Your name is C's. Therefore, legally bound to like Cubchoo. You know what? I understand. However, I cannot abide it. I hate this dragon. Its stupid fucking raspberry ass head is so ugly. Golurk. Sorry, Golett is fine, but Golurk, I love the design of this Pokemon as well. Like I said, ghost types, they're gonna end up high, and they have like, I love the giant golem Pokemon. It's so cool. Poniard is meh. Bisharp is also meh. Bouffalant is meh. The eagle Pokemon are also meh. I hate this fucking vulture in a diaper. I hate it. I don't want my Pokemon wearing diapers. And its evolution is just is also bad. I hate it. Heatmole is fine. Durant is a metal ant. I also don't like this dragon line very much either. It's too busy. Like, I get it. It's supposed to be like a Hydra dragon, and it like sprouts more heads as it evolves. It's like an interesting concept, but I think they look kind of... The first two phases look really dopey. Hydreigon is like better. It's like got a bit of the menace going on to it, but it's still like way too busy of a design for my liking. Larvesta, I think, is the first form of this, is fine. Volcarona's really cool, though. Okay. Gen 5 has a lot of legendary Pokemon, and I think most of them are really bad. I don't like any of the 3 Musketeer Pokemon. I think they all look over-designed, and I don't like how most of them have like human faces. The fucking genie Pokemon are actually just rat bastards. These guys suck so bad. And they don't have like their alternate forms on there, but they also suck. Reshiram, Kyurem, and I can't remember. This is the one that I had. Again, these guys are just like over-designed, like way too much for me. I think a lot of like later legendary Pokemons kind of suffer from that, where they're just like, they have too much going on. I think Kyurem is actively like unattractive looking though. And then this is just a My Little Pony. Keldeo. I like Meloetto's design though. She's like a Pokemon that cares about music. So she has like a stanza for hair, and her head, like the shape of her head is like similar to the bottom of a music note. I like the cohesive design of that. Genesect is also pretty cool. Alright, that's Gen 5. Gen 6. I also played this one. Chespin, Chestnut, and its middle form. I dislike this starter line quite a bit. I think Fennekin is cute, but I don't like either of its evolutions. Especially, I don't like what the internet has done to this second evolution. I picked Froakie in this gen because I thought Greninja was cool as hell, and I still do. Whereas Froakie is a good boy, and its middle evolution is pretty bad. It goes through an awkward teen phase, but it comes out as a cool ninja. It doesn't come across as like too try-hard for me. Yeah, that's true, the internet's wild. We're gonna come across a few other Pokemon that fall into that category. This is a rabbit Pokemon. He's fine. I hate its evolution. I hate that it has like dirt all over its mouth, implying that it just like fucking munches on mud. And like it's got mud on the end of its ears, so the implication is that like it doesn't use its hands to dig, it uses its ears. I hate it. I hate this Pokemon. This is one of my favorite bird lines because it's like actually interesting. They decided to take like what was normally your Route 1 normal bird type, and they decided to like make it a fire type, and it actually basically sustains itself to the end of the game as a useful Pokemon. This is a good Pokemon. And it's basically its whole line is actually a really good design. Usually middle evolutions suck, but this is like a really good middle point between the initial and the final. This is Butterfree line. Yeah, Gen 6 like is pretty derivative in a lot of ways. Same with Gen 5. I don't like the buck teeth on these guys. Verilian's like is a good looking butterfly Pokemon though. Litleo is a cute cat, so he's fine. I don't really like its evolution much though. I think the mane is a little too much. Fairy type Pokemon, we got Flabebe. I think it's Flabebe and its middle evolution are both meh. Florges is cool though. Go-Goat. Both these grass goats I don't care about. Pancham is a good boy. I really fucking like Pangoro though. Pangoro's got such a sick design. Just big mob boss, like Yakuza boss style. Kick your ass. Big design of that. Big fan of that guy. This is a poodle. This Pokemon stares through your soul, and I don't like it. Meowstic is fine, though. Honedge is a sword. Duedge is 2 swords. Aegislash is pretty cool, though. It's weird. Once you give it a shield, now it's, like, a lot more interesting. And, like, repurposing, like, the flourishes as hands makes this a lot more interesting in design. I hate these things. Its first one's bad, its evolution is worse. I don't know what I'm looking at, but I hate looking at it. Slurpuff is living cotton candy, so it's fine. Its evolution is bad. I don't like looking at this thing either. These two lines of Pokemon, which were both fairy types, like really did not sell me on the fairy typing. Inkay is a fine jellyfish. Its evolution is a rat bastard. Hands coming out of a rock. Meh. Its evolution's ugly. Skrelp is cute. And its evolution is like a poisonous seaweed dragon Pokemon. It's a cool idea. Clowitzer or something like that. It's like, it's one of those pistol shrimps. and then it evolves into literally just having like a gun for an arm, like a Mega Man shrimp. It's a good design. Its pre-evolution's whatever, but its evolution is very cool. I don't like these very much. They're meh. Tyrant is a little T-Rex, so he's fine. And his evolution is a bigger T-Rex, so he's also fine. I mean, you make some T-Rex Pokemon, you make some Brachiosaurus Pokemon, they're gonna be fine. It's pretty hard to mess up. Sylveon, I'm not a huge fan of Sylveon. I know there's people out there that really like Sylveon. It's always been kind of fine to me. I think the design is just a little too busy for my tastes. Hawlucha rules. Hawlucha is such a cool fucking Pokemon. Oh my god. Luchador bird? Flying fighting? It's such a perfect execution on the concept. Love that Pokemon. Dedenne is a Pikachu clone. It's fine. Hawlucha's a real one. I agree, man. I mean, obviously I put it up there, right? But I'm glad you agree. Carbink, I think is what this one's called. It's fine. I have no strong feelings about the Diamond in a Rock Pokemon. Alright. Gumi through Goodra. I know people really like this line of Pokemon. I do not. I don't like slimy Slug Dragon. I find it off-putting. And I also don't like the implication that a lot of the people that are big fans of Goodra have. Like, this is another one that the internet's done kind of dirty to, and I'm like, I do not understand. Please stop. Klefki. It's some keys. Meh. Phantup rules. You don't know Pokemon too well, but you did play Sword and Shield and watch a playthrough of Pokemon Platinum Randomizer, so you know a little bit. Once we get past Gen 6, I'm gonna know a lot less about these Pokemon. Like, I'm probably not gonna be able to say all their names, right? But Phantup, I think, is a really great design. Again, love me some Ghost Pokemon, and just a little spectral tree trunk that turns into a big spooky tree ghost. I love both. Like, Trevenant and Phantom, great. A+. Pumpkaboo, similar thing. Little spooky ghost pumpkin. I don't like its evolution as much, though. Like, Pumpkaboo, friend-shaped. But Gourgeist, I don't like the hair hands that it's got going on. I forgot this Pokemon existed, so it's gonna go into the meh tier. I can't remember the name of this Pokemon. Its evolution is Noivern, though, and Noivern is a good design. But I don't like how cutesy and weirdly proportioned the pre-evolution is. Xerneas is the fairy deer with the rainbow antlers. I like the design of this Pokemon. I don't like Yveltal, though. These are the legendaries for X and Y, so they they made the deer look like an X by giving it like 2 big horns. And it's like, okay, cool, I can see that. But they're like, how do we make a Pokemon look like a Y? Oh, what if we took a bird, gave it 2 like hand wings, and then like a tail that's also a hand? And it's ugly. It's such an ugly Pokemon. Zygarde. The worm version of it is like meh, but it has like some other forms that I think are really cool. Especially its like finalized form. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, so like you can collect pieces of it, and as you get more and more of it, it becomes more complete. So like At a certain number, it becomes a dog, then it becomes the worm, and then its final form becomes like this Zoid, like Godzilla-esque enemy type thing. And I think it's a cool idea of a Pokemon that progressively like changes its form as it gets more complete. So it's gonna go in fine. These 3 legendaries I didn't even know existed when I played X and Y. And I think they're all pretty meh designs. Like, this is Hoopa, I think. It's supposed to be a genie. It has, like, a secondary form, but the second form is really ugly. And then, this is, like, the only fire-water type Pokemon. It's, like, it's supposed to be, like, a heat turbine or something that runs on water and uses steam energy. It's a cool idea, but I think the design is also pretty bad. Rowlet? Rowlet, though. Rowlet is friend-shaped as hell. That is a perfect lad. Little round owl with a leaf bow tie. Oh, so good. Its evolution is a rat bastard, though. And then Decidueye is really good. Like, it's crazy how much of a downgrade in design it is from Rowlet to this pompous-ass teenage waiter owl. I hate it. I hate it so much. But then it becomes Robin Hood, and it's so cool. It's such a wild line of Pokemon. Litten is a good cat. Its middle evolution is meh. Incineroar fucking rules. There's a reason why he was chosen as a rep for Smash Bros. Just wrestler fire cat? Hell yeah. Such a great idea. Man, the clown seal. I mean, I think the seal and its middle evolution are both, like, not great. I do think Primarina is a really good design, though. And a lot of people have made, like, comparisons of this. A lot of people have been like, this is the trans Pokemon. And, like, I get it. You know, it's going through. I get it. And it comes out very pretty. Yeah, now we're into Pokemon that I'm not super familiar with, because I did not play Sun and Moon. I just am familiar with the starters. Let's see. This is Toucanon, right? So it starts like a fledgling and becomes a toucan. It's just birds. Oh, it's the Donald Trump weasel. It's a rat bastard. Its pre-evolution is just bad, but it evolves into Donald Trump, so it kind of earned its spot. Ooh, I remember I've seen this one. Chargebug's good Pokemon. Its final evolution is too busy, and then this is just a fine little grub with pincers. Crab Brawler, the fucking fisticuff crab, great, good boy. Abomasnow, abomination, rat bastard. What did they do to you? How did you go from such a good design to this? This is the dancing bird. I think it has like 4 different forms, and it does like different dances depending on which form it is. It's a really good idea. I think it was well executed. There's like one that does a tango, one that's like a mariachi dancer, or no, not. This is the one that does the tango, but there's one that's like a ballerina. It's cool. I don't know. These do absolutely nothing. This is another one that the internet has done some unkind things to, I believe. And then, yeah, this is just puppy Pokemon. Oh, this is the really sad fish. It's better than most of the fish. It actually has, like, a personality outside of just being fish. Oh, this is like the anemone Pokemon, right? I have no strong feelings about this. This donkey, I hate. Why does it have frog eyes? Yeah, it's got like frog eyes. I don't like that. The horse is cool though. Big, strong, like stallion. I can respect it. This is the water spider thing, right? No particularly strong feelings about that. I like this design. It looks like it's wearing a kimono. Its pre-evolution is kind of basic, though. Which, I mean, it's fair. It's part of the... It's what Pokemon's about. Oh, this is like the Cordyceps Pokemon, right? There are better mushroom Pokemon. God, this one. The lizard's fine. I don't like the bedroom eyes that this Pokemon gives me. I don't like it. Oh, God. Ooh, Beware? I like the idea of, like, this cuddly mascot Pokemon that's also just, like, super strong and gonna hug you to death. Its pre-evolution's also pretty cute. Oh, this is the plant with, like, giant birthing hips. No thanks. Its pre-evolution's really cute, though. It just kind of gets more and more overtly, you know, as it goes on, and I'm not a fan. This Pokemon's just a lay. I've caught a shiny version of this in a, like a fire red mod. So it holds like a spot in my heart, but it's also just a monkey. This was also a monkey. Oh right, I've seen this one. This is a cool design. Its pre-evolution is just kind of like an arthropod though, so meh. Ooh, I like the sandcastle that eats your soul. Both of them are good designs. This is the weird, like, sea anemone thing that has a fist inside of its mouth, right? I don't know how to feel about this thing. Like, it's got, like, some cute elements to it, but the fact that it just, like, sprouts a giant mouth fist is not for me. Experiment Null, I think is what this thing is. It's just so busy. We got a meteorite Pokemon, sure. We got a cute little koala. I think he's pretty cute. Fire turtle? Big shell? Don't care. Hey, it's another Pikachu clone. We're gonna put all of the Pikachu clones probably next to each other, I'm thinking. So, Amolga, you can also get down there. Mimikyu. Alright, I lied. Mimikyu's the best Pikachu clone. Mimikyu's such a good design. Big fan of Mimikyu. Like, the idea of this Pokemon, it's like, nobody likes me, so I'm gonna pretend to be a Pokemon that everyone likes. It's good. This Pokemon is the ugliest fucking thing in the world. Why is it a fish with, like DSL and, like, sharp teeth and I hate it. Drampa. It's an old man dragon. It's like they hit the nail on the head with the name. It's great. This is a Pokemon that is a anchor. Sure. Oh, this is like the fighting dragon. This is one that I also don't like very much. Its design is too busy. These are the Tapus, which is like the legendaries from this gen. This is my favorite one of the four. I think it has the best design. But even then, it's still just like fine. I think this one is also okay. But then these two are both not great, I don't think. We got Nebby. Shoutouts to friend of the stream, Minimal Nebby. So for that reason alone, it gets to go up to fine at the very least. And then it evolves into this, which is just like, I don't know what I'm looking at. I think it's supposed to be like, oh, it's like a star core or something. I do like the twist of this game that like a person that travels like in tandem with you through the game. You do in fact hear an Undertale remix, but it's like lo-fi. That like the legendaries from the box art are like gonna evolve through the game. So there's Solgaleo, and then I can't remember the name of the moon one. The idea of like using a lion and then have its mane represent like the sun is a good idea. But again, same thing that I kind of have a problem with a lot of the legendaries in modern Pokemon is that they're just too busy. Like I get it, it's supposed to be like a grandiose type of deal, but it's just too much. And then this is the one that's supposed to represent the moon, and I think this is just like a much worse design. Is it supposed to be like a bat or something? If it is, it doesn't read super well as a bat. And if it's not a bat, that's even worse. Oh, we got the Ultra Beasts, which are all just so weird. You're not supposed to... Yeah, exactly, right. Alright, so the Ultra Beasts. We got a jellyfish. I think that the giant buff mosquito fucking rules. I really like the buff mosquito guy. This is the supermodel bug, right? I think this is a good design too. This is the one that's just electric wires. It's fine. This one's supposed to be like a riff on that Japanese folklore of like Princess Kaguya, who was like born out of bamboo and then like goes to outer space because she's like a space alien or something. And that's like supposed to be represented by this like spaceship bamboo Pokemon. It's a lot. The origami samurai guy, super cool. Good design. Guzzlord, I think, is what I want to say this thing's name is, and I don't like saying that. Also, I'm pretty sure in the Pokemon anime, this Pokemon just screams. Like blood-curdling screams. I don't like it. Necrozon? I don't know what I'm looking at when I look at this Pokemon. Sorry, this Ultra Beast. This is like the Clockwork Automaton Pokemon. It's also a fine design. Little Shadow Ghost. This one evolves, right? It's like the only Ultra Beast that has like multiple stages. I think it's supposed to be like glue. It's like a glue alien. And this is like a glue alien dragon. It's pretty out there. This is just Minecraft. This is the Minecraft Pokemon. Alright. Any suggestions on music? This one has been looping on itself for a while. It said 10 hours, but it looks like it only has about like an hour to an hour and a half of music, and it just keeps looping on itself. So I'm open to music suggestions. Katana Zero? Absolutely. Good suggestion. This is the clown Pokemon that is also fireworks. So, not a fan. This is another furry bait Pokemon. This one is the Cum Blob that came out in fucking Pokemon Go exclusively first. It's bad. I don't like it. And its evolution is also bad. Okay, Gen 8. So this is Sword and Shield. Grookey is fine. I feel so nothing towards pretty much all the starters from this generation. Like, I think they all just go in meh. Soccer Rabbit, sure. Gorilla Drummer, okay. Sobble, hold on. Sobble gets bumped up to fine. And his emo, edgy middle evolution is bad, but then his final evolution goes into meh for Sniper Lizard. We got Squirrel Pokemon, and then Peter Griffin Squirrel. This is a cool line of birds as well. This one kind of occupies the same spot for me as like Fletchling, where it goes from like a good bird to like a night bird, like an actual knight in armor. And it's a pretty cool design. Little dweeb worm, big old glasses, and then he evolves into a really cool. Then it evolves into like a octagonal kind of deal. Big fan of that. I don't like its final evolution though. It's supposed to be like a UFO ladybug, but it doesn't translate super well to that. These foxes are also giving me bedroom eyes, so not a fan of that. I like the design of this little flower friend. And then it evolves into like a dandelion. That's pretty cool. It's like a dandelion into the puffs on dandelion. Ooh. I do like the sheep. It's very round. I do not like its evolution though. It took a really good Pokemon and they messed it up. Fucking Chucky Finster looking turtle. The big buck teeth. He's charming. Its evolution is not great though. Yapper! Oh, it's a Corgi. It's a Thunder Corgi Pokemon. Which means that he's a good, perfect lad. And then it becomes a much less cute dog. It's fine, it's still a dog. But I mean, like, it went from very good boy to just a boy. This line of Pokemon's not great. It's like the cold Pokemon. I am very indifferent to the cold Pokemon. I do like this idea for the Pokemon. It's like a worm inside of the apple. I get it. And then it evolves into, has two different forms. It's either like the dragon like has fully formed in the apple and now uses the apple as like its scales, or the apple takes over and it becomes the pie. It's a really interesting idea. I think the apple is fine. I really like the pie. And I think the Flapple, I think, is also okay. It's a snake that becomes like a weird coiled up snake. I'm very indifferent. This is the one that fires out Pokemon and has like a vacant stare. It's very good. Like, it has an attack where it literally just like spits up and fires Pikachus at people, and that's really funny. Hey look, more fish. Another shitty baby Pokemon with a diaper. I hate it just as much as I hate the other Pokemon that's in a diaper. Its evolution's pretty sick, though. Like, Toxtricity, I think is what it's called. An electric lizard with, like, a mohawk made out of electricity. Cool design. This is the Fire Scorpion. It's fine. This is like the boxing octopus that becomes a grappler octopus. It's a cool design. It's a good line. Little spectral teacup. Good boy. Its evolution, I think, is less good, though. Because, like, the pre-evolution implies that this Pokemon is the cup. But then the evolution implies that the ghost is the tea itself. And it's like, you missed it. You missed it. Hatterene's a great design. It's definitely the one that's like, oh, this is like the Gardevoir, isn't it? Which means I can only assume that the internet's had its ways with this one as well. Impidimp is just a scrungly little bastard, and I love him. His middle evolution is a rat bastard, though. That's a Hot Topic teen in, like, sweatpants or, like, yoga pants. Not a fan. And its evolution is, like, it's supposed to be a bastard. Like, he's covered head to toe in hair, and that's unappealing. But it is what it is. This is the final evolution of Galarian Zigzagoon. It's like a punk rocker. It's cool. It's fine. Berserker's great, though. Having Meowth evolve into like a barbarian instead of Persian. I think that's a great idea. Cursula, also a really good idea. What if we took Corsola from Gen 2, which is, you know, the coral Pokemon, but because humans are bastards and have been slowly killing off all the coral reefs, we make a dead version of it instead. And then the evolved version is just like the haunted remains of the coral. It's like, great, we are awful. Thank you for reminding us. I adore Sirfetch'd. You took Farfetch'd, and then you're like, what if we made him a knight? And he's just got fucking Chad energy. He's just like, yes, I will save the day. I love it. Mr. Rhyme. Charlie Chaplin evolution of Mr. Mime. I mean, Mr. Mime's an affront to humanity. The evolution at least, like, kind of fixes the clown thing. but it's still got like a clown face on its stomach, so I don't like that much. This is a evolution for... This is like an alternate evolution for Yamask, I think. Like, this is a different form of Conflagrus. It's like Haunted Runes. It's fine. This is the Pokemon that's made out of... It's like... We'll just put it next to the Tang. Its evolution's much better, though. Alcremie. Little whipped cream Pokemon with, like, strawberries as, like, hair decorations. It works. I really like Phalanx. It's just 6 friend-shaped dudes for the price of 1. And they walk in a line and they protect each other. They're very cute. I like them a lot. This is the Sea Urchin Pokemon. This is Snom. I mean, Snom's very good. He's got a butt for a face. There's not much more that needs to be said about Snom. Its evolution is a moth, and we don't care about the moth. This is Stonehenge, the Pokemon. I hate this fucking Pokemon. I hate it. I think it's so dumb. What if it's a penguin, but its head's an ice cube? Okay, I guess. Ugh. I'm sure there are people out there that think that it's like really funny. I don't. I think it's just dumb. This is... I can't remember the name of it. But it's also very... It's got very wide birthing hips as well. Hey look, it's a Pikachu clone. I want the Pikachu clones to be next to each other. There's the Pikachu line. So, like, we already had an elephant Pokemon. It was Phanpy, and he was perfect. And then you gave us this elephant, and it's so much worse. I do not... It's... Both of them are just not good. I do not like looking at these Pokemon. These fossil Pokemon, I understand what the gimmick was trying to be. It's like, oh, here's like a bunch of fossil parts that can be mixed and matched together and like stuck in a way that just doesn't make sense. I think they are all awful. I hate looking at any of them. And I get it, that's kind of the point, but it didn't have to be so awful. This is the Skyscraper Dragon. It's fine. The Ghost Dragon that fires baby versions of itself out of its, like, fucking air strike head. So cool. So silly, but it works. And I think all the designs are pretty solid, too. I don't particularly care about the dog legendaries from this generation. You got the shield. I think this is the sword one and this is the shield one. You can tell because this one's got like a shield shape mane of hair, which is like, okay, I guess. They're both fine. Or they're both meh. This thing is way too over-designed. I do not like it. Mine Shu, and it evolves into like 2 different like karate. It's like a karate fighting bear. It's meh. And its evolution is just like more of that. Oh, this is like the evil monkey. Bad monkey. Regieleki. I think the Reggies are fine. I don't know how I feel about these new ones. Like the original ones were all like golems, right? And these ones just don't really hit that same aesthetic. They're just kind of balls that have electricity or like a dragon head around them. I really don't like the dragon one though. It looks like a jawbreaker that's like being munched on by like a Charizard. Ice Horse is meh. Ghost Horse is better. I do like that its hooves are disconnected from its body because it's like spectral. And this is like the guy that rides the horses. He's got like a weird green ass tomato head. I don't understand this Pokemon. It's weird to me. Hey, Gen 1. No, now it's just like, now they're just mixed up all over the place. Okay. I grew up with the first generation of Pokemon. So, you can probably assume that I might be a little biased towards some of the designs here. And I'm going to be upfront about it. That will likely be the case. Ninetales, I think, is great. I like the design of this Pokemon quite a bit. Houndoom, or Houndour. This is just the devil Pokemon. It's fine. Absol is also a good design. Luxray is a good design. Charizard. I mean, I always picked Charmander as my starter. So, I mean, like, I'm gonna put him in Perfect Lad. It speaks to me as a young boy. Just big fire dragon. Pidgeot is fine. Sandslash is also fine. Nidoking is cool as heck. Persian is just a cat. Arcanine, so good. Just, it's like a big, regal, fluffy dog, lion, fire hybrid. Ah, God, it's Rapidash, horse, but fire. Great. Marowak, the idea behind the Pokemon's cool. I think the design is like whatever. Gyarados, I mean, Gyarados is fucking iconic, man. Uh-oh, Vaporeon is fine, and we'll leave it at that. Jolteon. I think Jolteon is also fine. Flareon is my favorite designed of the three. He looks like you could be a pet. And he would be real warm and nice to cuddle. Aerodactyl is so goofy looking. Dragonite is Barney the dinosaur as a dragon. Typhlosion, Typhlosion I think is fine. Cyndaquil is like so much better. Ampharos. Ampharos is okay. It's another fine Pokemon. Espeon is probably my favorite of the evolutions. But even then, I don't think it's going to end up in Perfect Boys, Perfect Lads. Umbreon's also good, though. Scizor is, and always will be, very cool. I don't particularly care about Kingdra. The legendary dogs from Gen 2. Raikou has like weird chipmunk cheeks that never really meshed with me. Entei is so fucking cool though. I love the design on Entei. Like, the way that like they incorporate like what looks to be like a crown and like its jowls form like a mustache, so it just looks regal. Its upright stance is very good. Suicune is fine. Entei was always my favorite of the three. Tyranitar is cool. Like, it's just Godzilla, and they make you work for it, and I appreciate that. Lugia is a great design. Ho is a phoenix, but like not a super interesting phoenix design. I never liked the serpent line. This is what's superior. Fine for Mightyena. Aggron is fine. This thing has like the dumbest the dumbest fade. It's so silly looking. Flygon's cool. Altaria is fine. I didn't play Gen 3 growing up, so I know Gen 3 is like a lot of people's first generation. That's the one I didn't play because I didn't have a Game Boy Advance as a kid, so I never got a chance to really get with it. So Gen 1 and Gen 2 were my main ones, and then I played 4 and 5 on the DS, and 6 on the 3DS, and then I haven't really touched Pokemon since. Salamence is a good dragon design, though. Rayquaza, I don't like Rayquaza's like really red lips. I always found it very distracting, and that they stood out too much. The rest of the design's really cool, but like, it's just always off-putting that. Infernape is very cool. I don't like the mohawk on this guy. I think it like makes this look really doofy. Garchomp is one of the coolest Pokemon that they've ever made. It's like a shark dragon. It's so sick. Lucario is furry bait, but he's also really cool. Leafeon's one of my least favorite of the evolutions. Glaceon is okay. I've always thought Arceus looked dumb. I think it looks so dumb. It's like a horse, but with like weird flowing mane parts. Venusaur. Let me pull up a clip of Venusaur real quick. So like, I don't know how many people here played fucking Pokemon Stadium on the N64, but the model that they used for Venusaur was a nightmare. And when it used like certain moves, its eyes would go bloodshot. Yeah. Like that. It's like, why would you make that choice? So Venusaur ends up in Meh, which is a shame because the rest of Venusaur's line is really good. But Venusaur himself is just such an abomination. Blastoise is cool. No one can deny that turtle with giant water jets on its back is not cool. Nidoqueen, also cool. Vulpix is very cute. Golduck, Golduck is such a significant downgrade from Psyduck. Arcanine is Growlithe is a cute puppy. Alakazam was always like aspirational of a Pokemon because it was so strong in the early generations, and also you just could not get it unless you had someone to trade with, and like I did not, so I always just got stuck with Kadabra. Gengar, this is way too many Pokemon. Yes, you're correct. How are you doing, Bronco? Gengar might be the best Pokemon. I'm gonna put it in Perfect Lads. Once we've gone through all the other Pokemon, we'll pick out of Perfect Lad which one is the best Pokemon. But Gengar is a strong front runner. Gengar's just such a perfect design. Don't worry, Brungo. We still got... You know what? Honestly, like... There's still a lot, but not as many as I would have thought. Cubone. You thought there was only one Pokemon, Pikachu. Here, let me quickly take you to the Pikachu section of the tier list. There's Dedenne and Amoga and Togedemaru and the one that's name I don't know, but this one gets mad. Oh, and then there's also Mimikyu, which is like the best Pikachu clone. Rhydon. No, this is Rhyhorn. No, this is Rhydon. Rhydon D's go on. Because his name's Rhydon, he has to go into bad. I know that they did... This was no fault of the Pokemon Company. You know, Brungo. Seadra is a seahorse. So it is meh. Scyther is very cool. It's right next to its brother Scizor. Got something against Rhydon D's nuts? I just think that it's a downgrade to our society as a whole. And also, whenever someone says it, it forces you to say it. You have no choice. Lapras is a fantastic design for a Pokemon. Eevee has basically become the second mascot for the series. And I get it. This thing would make a great pet. It's like a mix of a dog and a cat and a fox. And it's very fluffy, and we love to see it. Dragonair is a very elegant design. Have I placed the Pokemon? Yep. There he is. Or do you mean this one? They're both here. Mewtwo is so cool. Oh, you meant Muck. No, I haven't placed Muck yet. But I mean, like, come on, Brogo. Let's not kid ourselves. Mew is fine. Feraligatr is so good. You didn't know there was a literal splooge stain Pokemon? Yeah. It's supposed to be cream, is the thing. However, it's a puppy, but it's like a cool puppy. Swampert is fine. Gardevoir. Here's the thing. I really fucking like Gardevoir's design, like, a lot. But, I mean, this Pokemon's done irreparable damage. Like, this Pokemon's done too much to the internet. Skivvy. It's a cat. But, like, not even like a cute cat. It's just kind of a weird cat. Zigzagoon. This is a try-hard Pokemon through and through. Meliotic is good. It's like a riff on the Gyarados style of Pokemon evolution. Walrein. It's a walrus, but like a big walrus with like a mane. I always thought these two Pokemon were really fucking lame. They're like airplane Pokemon that are just color swapped, and there's two of them, Latios and Latios. They're bad. I do like Kyogre and Groudon though. These are actually pretty good legendary designs. These are like the highest ranked legendaries I put on the list outside of Entei. No, I put Mewtwo in perfect, lads. I'm a fucking biased son of a bitch. What can I say? Golem. Golem's fine. I think Geodude is like just the best version of this evolutionary line. Golem is just like this weird turtle that's stuck in a boulder, or like a boulder lizard. I've never understood what he's supposed to be. Dratini is a dragon noodle, but it's very cute. Blaziken is, I mean, it's cool. It's a cool Pokemon. It's the fighting chicken. Exploud. It yells at you. It's very loud. It would be a nightmare to own one, because you could never sleep. Mawile. This is based on the Japanese yokai of, like, the ghost lady who has a mouth in the back of their head. So that's pretty cool. And, like, the mega evolution of it kind of represents that, too, because it, like, wears a kimono and everything. It leans into it a bit harder. Though it has two mouths on, like, two separate hair things. Empoleon is a really fucking ugly design. I don't like this penguin that has, like, a trident fucking stapled to its forehead. Weasel and... These two Pokemon look exactly the same to me, except this one decides to stand up, and now it's evolved. It's so whatever. This is the skunk that has an ass for a face. So that's pretty bad. And then its evolution is more of the same. I don't like the Pokemon that have... Like, there's Snom, who has a butt for a face, and it's charming. These guys, they're skunks, which implies that they're just going to be, like, you know, farting out of their face holes. And I don't like that. Gallade is very cool. It's not as good as Gardevoir, but it's cool. Darkrai is a young teenage boy's edgy fantasy. Shaman is a cute little plant hedgehog. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur's friend-shaped. Bulbasaur is probably my favorite of the starters, design-wise, from Gen 1. But it has the worst final evolution, which is such a shame. Ivysaur is about the same as... Well, Ivysaur is worse than Bulbasaur, even though it's, like, very similar. Charmander's fine. Charmander's good. Charmeleon's just, as time has gone on and more people have pointed out, Charmeleon's just, like, not a very good design. Just, like, he's got a handle on top of his head, and you can grab it and use it to, like, beat things over the head. Beat it with a club. Squirtle's cute. Nobody can argue that the water turtle is a cute boy. Wartortle's also, like, a pretty solid secondary evolution for it. Hey, it's Pikachu. I mean... I would be lying if I didn't say that Pikachu was not, like, a pretty much perfect fucking design for a Pokemon. There's a reason why everyone latched onto it. Whereas, like, Raichu is just fine. Like, there's also a reason why Ash in the anime never evolved Pikachu. Because Raichu's just, like, not as good of a design. Chantru is a cute little sand shrew. It's very on the nose. These are the gendered Pokemon. We got Nidoran female and Nidoran male. They're fine. They're little... This is like a little poison rabbit. Both of them. They're both fine. And then that's the evolution, which is also fine. Abra and Kadabra are also fine. I'm not exactly sure what they're supposed to be. never really read clearly as any particular type of animal, especially since like they have a tail, like a lizard tail, in both their first 2 evolutions, but it completely loses the tail by the end. Horsey is a seahorse. Ditto, like, Ditto's great. Like, it's just a face on a blob, but it's such a good face. Chikorita. I've heard someone compare this thing to a tampon, and that's now all I can think of when I look at it, which makes it bad. Natu is one of the most interesting bird Pokemon they made. He's also perfectly round and friend-shaped, so I love him. Torchic is very cute as well. This is a very ugly Pokemon. Loudred. It's like weird. It's got like speaker ears and a giant hippopotamus mouth that takes up 50% of its body. Sfeel! Oh! Ah, I love Sfeel. Just the roundest friend. Oh, love him. Sphinx. It's whatever. It's a whatever Pokemon to me. Nidoran female is fine. I have used Vileplume too many times in various Pokemon games to not give it good boy status, even though it's literally just like a flower. Poliwrath is fine. It's like meh. Machamp! He got 4 hands for punching. Ponyta. Ponyta and Rapidash are both just like such good basic ideas of Pokemon design. Take a horse, give it a fire mane. It just makes sense. Haunter is great. Not as good as Gengar, but the line is just like solid from the beginning. Kangaskhan is a kangaroo Pokemon, but it's also like mixed with a dinosaur. I like it. Electabuzz is okay. Magmar, on the other hand, is like this weird lava duck with a ass for a forehead. It's bad. I don't know what I'm looking at here, but it is bad. Pinsir is super cool. Just a stag beetle, or like, yeah, kind of like a stag beetle, but with like a weird prehensile mouth thing going on. That goes like this. Kabutops is basically just a worse Scyther. Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. Articuno was always my favorite of these 3. Zapdos is very spiky, so it's fine. Moltres was always my least favorite of them. I just found it very boring. Bayleaf, it's got a bunch of blunts on its neck, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's fine. And then its final evolution, I don't like at all. Like, it's supposed to, I get it. It's like a Brachiosaurus, but its like neck is coming out of the stamen of the flower. I understand, but it's so just generic looking. Cyndaquil is probably my favorite starter Pokemon. It's like him and Rowlet are very close. Pulava was also like a pretty solid middle evolution. It's weird. I think Typhlosion is actually probably the weakest of its line. Totodile is also a very good starter. Especially like in the anime, he makes like Donald Duck noises. And that's just incredibly endearing. Crocodile sucks, though. I don't like this weird caveman aesthetic that they brought in just for the middle evolution and then completely drop it for Alligator. It's like they had like an idea and they completely abandoned it by the end, and I don't get it. Noctowl. It's an owl. Togepi is a friend-shaped egg. It's fine. Its evolution is like, it's supposed to be like a fairy egg thing. It's never. I don't understand this evolution from Togepi. Its final evolution is very similar as well in that turn. Holy shit, we're still going. Okay. Give me like 30 seconds. I'm gonna go grab more water because I've been talking and my throat is parched. So I will be right back. Alright. Back at it. Fresh water. Oh. Okay. No way! What are the chances? Xatu is... It's like got a lot of the same design sensibilities as Natu, considering, you know, their evolutions from each other. Gotta dip to go get an eggplant. Get that eggplant, Brongo. But it's not as friend-shaped, so it goes down a tier. Mareep, it's a cute little sheep. Flaffy is pretty much the same. It's like a good middle evolution to Ampharos as it like begins to become bipedal and lose some of its fluff. Mareep goes with all the other Pikachu clones. And then I think its evolution kind of sucks. I don't like Azumarill very much. Girafarig is meh. Schnabel. Which, this, like, its design on its own's fine, but the fact that it talks like Schnabel in the anime is so fucking charming, and it remains permanently, like, a part of my zeitgeist. So there, it will stay. Its evolution sucks, though. I hate its evolution. Sneasel is fine. Teddiursa is a literal teddy bear Pokemon. It's fine. And its evolution is a bear Pokemon. It's also fine. Skarmory. This was always a one that was very cool to me as a kid. Just flying metallic bird with like razor sharp wings and stuff. Fanfi, oh, Fanfi good. Fanfi's a good boy. Donphan is also very good. This like combination of like a elephant, but also like they gave it tire treads along its trunk so that it could like roll up and like spin out like a tire. It's a really cool design. I'm a big fan of it. Celebi, yeah, it's fine. Celebi's all like, it's just a big onion baby. It's okay. Sceptile. That's Sceptile. This is Trico. Trico's... I don't care about Trico or its evolution. Kabuskin is a penis. It is just dick and balls shaped. Do you like mudkips? I too like mudkips. And Marchtop sucks. Its evolution is not very good. Puchiana is fine. Talo. New screenshot Saturday for Ultra Kill. Ooh. It's birds. Talo and Swallow or whatever. Ralts, I think, is very cute, actually. And Krylia is also a good design. I just really like the Gardevoir line. I also really like Breloom. This, like, dinosaur, mushroom, kangaroo hybrid thing. It's, like, a lot of dissonant parts that somehow come together to make sense. And I'm a fan of that. This is just... It's such a blob of a Pokemon. Delcatty is fine. It's like whatever. Sableye's a cool design. I like Sableye. Aron is fine. Same with its evolution. What do we else? I'm gonna back out this a little bit so that I don't have to scroll as much. Oh, this is the electric dog. I don't care about this thing. Sharpedo. It's like a really good, like, simplified version of a shark. You can tell me what they're adding, it's fine. Oh, this is Swablu. This is a good little bird Pokemon. Wings are clouds, and then it evolves into another cloud Pokemon. Cradily, it's like an ancient flower Pokemon. It's a good design. I don't like this Pokemon's design at all. I think it just looks really dumb. Shop it. It's like they very much just took a, what if you had a Kleenex and used it to make like a ghost, little sheep ghost, and it's like, yeah, it's good. They're making an enemy infighting system through cheats and maybe also enemy actual gameplay. Yo, cool. Banette is also a good ghost type. This is both worse than Walrein and Spheal. It's fine, still fine though. Bagon. It's a good little dinosaur that becomes Dragon with a weird mohawk. I don't like this shell thing that it evolves into though. The Infernape line, like, I don't like very much until Infernape itself. Like, the flaming butt monkey and the regular ass monkey with a fire tail are just like whatever to me. Piplup is very cute. There's a lot of very good water starters. I don't like its evolution. This is like the bird that has the weird like 1920s cartoon eyes. 5 hours, woo! Let's go! You know what that means? 19 more. I do not care about this bird though. Middle evolution is also meh. Rampardos, I think, is this. The baby version is whatever. Its evolution is better. It has like this sense of like weight to it that I enjoy. Gabite is such a little shit, and I love him. Him and Totodile have the same exact energy, and it's good energy to have. The middle evolution between Garchomp and Gabite is just so not good. It's just so meh. Rulo is okay. It's fine. Weavile. Or Weevil, sorry. I think Weevil is just like a whatever design. I don't like the weird like Crimson Crest thing that it's got going on in its back of its head. Pidgeotto, I've got nostalgia for from the anime. Arbok, it's Snake. Venomoth, it's a moth. Coming into the Gen 1 designs of it's a thing. Meowth, Meowth's fine. It's more interesting than what it evolves into. Psyduck is perfect! Just 1,000-yard stare, constant headaches. Perfect Pokemon. Graveler is whatever. Slowpoke is also a dumbass, but like not as charming as Psyduck. Dewgong is a seal. Ghastly is great. He's right next to Haunter. Hitmonlee, it's Bruce Lee, but as a Pokemon, it's whatever. Hitmonchan, it's Jackie Chan, but as a Pokemon. Rhyhorn it's like a cool little rhino dinosaur combo. It definitely speaks like monster, you know? Like pocket monster. Snorlax is also a perfect boy. Furret is okay. This thing's also like 6 feet tall, so it'd be really good as like a soft, like cuddly body pillow, you know. Crobat's good. Pichu is gonna go right next to all the other Pikachu clones. Cleffa is okay. I've never liked the design of Hypnotoad. Sorry, Politoed. Wooper! I mean, everyone loves Wooper, and there's a good reason for that. It's just a great little axolotl with a silly little face, and the face they gave it is the sound making the face you'd expect it to make when it says its own name. Mr. Ghost is good. I like this ghost Pokemon quite a bit. Smeargle is a art profile picture, artist PFP. Sedat's fine. Munchlax is much worse than Snorlax. Slowbro goes right next to Slowpoke. They give off the exact same vibes. Just one's now standing. Tauros is a whatever Pokemon. Igglybuff is got like these weird, demonic, red, glowing eyes and like no irises. Or it's just iris and pupil, there's like no whites to their eyes. It looks like it's looking through me. Blossom is a good design, I like it. Little like hula dancer with these big flowers on the side of the head that look a lot like the flowers that are used in Lays. Quagsire's friend. He's a good friend. Slow King goes right next to Slow Pro and Slow Poke. They're all good designs. All good enough designs. Gligar is fine. I don't particularly care about Gligar. Celix is cool. I don't care about the Lava Slug or the Lava Snail. I actively dislike Stantler. It's got like this weird... Like, it's got jowls and like a weird butt protrusion thing. It's not great. Elekid's cute. Magby is better than Magmar and definitely better than Magmortar. Is this Larvitar? Yeah. Or is it Pupitar? I can't remember. It's fine either way. Zigzagoon is a really good early starter, or early normal type. Just has a lot of personality on that. Bidoof will also probably get right up there too. Lanoon I do not care about. Beautifly is fine. Hey look, it's Nuzleaf. The reason why Nuzlocks are called Nuzlocks. It is fine. And Shiftry is also fine. Okay, we got Slacking, we got Vigoroth and Slacking and Sloth something. I don't know. I don't remember the name of this. They're all kind of whatever. Though, this is like the ugly bastard Pokemon. Shedinja is a really cool design. Pokemon that cannot be damaged except by types that it's like super weak to. Carnivine is a fish. Numel. He looks like he's got the same expression as like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh, and that's charming. Camerupt is not as charming as its pre-evolution. I don't like these things. I just don't. Miss Magius is great. I like the design of this Pokemon a lot. This is like the cute cat that becomes the ugly cat. It's like pretty cat, pretty kitty, and then per ugly. I don't know. It's a cat. And it's a worse cat. I don't like Bliss or the baby Chansey. Just whenever you like make a Pokemon that just is wearing a diaper, I'm like, I don't like it. This goes right next to Togetic. As like I said, this evolution line makes no sense. It starts as an egg, then becomes like a weird fairy, and then it becomes like an airplane. I don't understand. Gliscor is the evolved version of Gligar. I also don't care about it. Frostlass is very cool. I like this Pokemon's design quite a bit. Giratina, another overly busy legendary that I don't like. Cresselia is better, but I still don't care. Victini's cute. Butterfree is fine. Beedrill's also fine. Fearow is ugly, and I don't like it. Clefairy is meh. Clefable is also meh. Apparently this was supposed to be Pokemon Company's original like idea for what mascot they were going to use for the game. But it's understandable as to why Pikachu took the spotlight from it, because it's just like, sure, it's it's a cute pink thing. Whereas like Pikachu is easily identifiable as like an actual like animal of some sort, which I think is a big reason as to why people latched onto, because it's like it's an animal, but it's like clearly not like a normal animal, and it's got like this cool electric tail and shit, and I get it. Jigglypuff is better than Clefairy, even though they share a lot of the same design sensibilities. Wigglytuff I don't care about though. Mankey and Primeape, I really like. I've always been a sucker for this line, because since I always chose Charmander in Gen 1, I would pardon. Oh god. Oh, I hate it. I hate it when that happens. You feel a sneeze coming, but then it just never happens. Though I'm guessing that never happens to Super Sneeze. But yeah, I always picked Charmander, which means the first gym is Brock, and you need something to help you deal with like the rock types. And Mankey's like one of your only options, because, you know, it learns a fighting type move. So if you didn't pick Bulbasaur or Squirtle, there just aren't many Pokemon that can actually deal with a rock type in the early game. So I always ended up picking up a Mankey. Poliwhirl's cool. Or sorry, Poliwag and Poliwhirl are both good. I don't like the Pokemon that wear human clothes. I don't like what it implies. Victory Bell is a cool design, even though it's very ugly. But, you know, it's based off of Venus Flytrap, and it gets that point across really well. Seal is a seal. Onyx was always so cool, and it's always so disappointing to use as a Pokemon, because you look at it, it's like, it's a giant rock snake. How is that not incredible? And it just isn't. Hypno is a perverted old man. Chansey is fine. Ammonite and Amistar praise Helix. Meme, meh. I always liked Kabuto more. I like the design of like this little shell with the big glowing red eyes and like the pincers. It came across as like a fossil type Pokemon, but its design always like stuck out to me. Sentret, it's whatever. Hoot Hoot. I like Hoot Hoot better than Noctowl. It's more stylized. Ladian, I don't care about this Pokemon. Ariados, I think, is like a cool spider. Lantern has looks like a friend. Can go into the fine tier. I don't like Apom. Just not a fan of that monkey with the weird hand tail. Murkrow is fine. Wobbuffet is a charming motherfucker. Into the good boys tier. Heracross was also very cool. I love Swinub. I really like this whole line. Swinub, Piloswine, and Mamoswine. They're all good. It's a literal pile of swine. What's not to like? And Mamoswine just like... It just makes sense. It just makes sense. It's a woolly mammoth, but it's also a pig, and it's ice type. It's good. I like it. Corsola is... See, like, it's not nearly as interesting as Corsola. That one's a manta ray. Him on top makes no sense. The idea behind it's like cool enough, but it's just an ugly Pokemon. Miltank makes me uncomfortable. I don't like the udders. I don't like that there's clips from the Pokemon anime of Pokemon sucking on the udders. It's just not great. Where did I put Chansey? Because Blissey goes exactly right next to Chansey. The design is not noticeably different enough from Chansey to really change my opinion on it. Pupitar is whatever. It's what you have to grind through in order to get the much cooler Tyranitar. I really like this guy. His just grumpy little face is very charming. That's Shroomish, I believe. Whimsir, don't care. Roselia is also, it's fine. Its evolution is much better. Whalmer and Whale Lord are, yep, they're whales, but like the first time you see one pop up in a 3D Pokemon game and it's just like so much bigger than any of the other Pokemon that you see is like a nice little spectacle. Spoink! If it stops jumping, it will die. And that's funny, so it goes into fine. I don't like its evolution, though. I like actively don't like the evolution. Trapinch. I don't know how this thing turns into Flygon, because like it and its evolution Vibrina, I think, Vibrava, are both just like whatever Pokemon. Round little cactus friend. He is friend-shaped, but like he's still a little too pointy, so he doesn't make it all the way up to good boy, you know. And then its evolution is nothing. It's just nothing. That's a snake. That's a gecko. Duskull and Dusk Noir? No, Dusk Noir is the final evolution. I can't remember what this one's called. Dusclops. These are okay ghosts. I don't like them as much as like most of the other ghost types. Oh god. It is too early to be yawning already. Jirachi is fine. Deoxys. This is a cool design for a legendary. It's like, it's alien, and it like looks like an alien. It can like alter its shape, so it's got like this weird like DNA coating to it in terms of its design. It works. This dumb dinosaur with the fucking buckler for a head is just so ugly. Hey look, it's another Pikachu clone. I think they're all in meh. Okay, where have they gone? There they are. Okay, we're getting there. We're close. Ambipom is a rat bastard. I hate the design of this Pokemon. It's really bad. Bunnery is cute. We'll get to Lopunny. Honchkrow is a cool design. It's like a mafioso. It's much better than Murkrow. Chatot has like that gimmick of you can record your voice into the really janky DS microphone and it'll make that noise whenever it like gets released from the Pokeball. So you can imagine what some teenagers or young kids had this thing say. That's the most interesting thing about it, though. It's just like, it's fine. It's whatever. Hippo. This is Hippowdon, and this is the pre-evolution that I don't remember the name of. I don't care about the pre-evolution at all. It's got much too large of nostrils, even though, like, I get it, it's a hippo. Its evolution's better, though. It's Krogunk, I think. I don't care about it. Mantike is whatever. Megmortar is a rat bastard. This Pokemon is also ugly as sin. I think, like, these two contribute a lot to why people don't like some of the evolutions in Gen 4. Because, like, who bad are these? Oh boy, are these two bad. This is the generation where I think they started, like, over-designing the legendaries. Like, they just have so much going on. Also, this guy just has a dick for a head. This is the evolution of the little bastard with the buckler for a head. It's got... I don't even know what's on its face. Low punny. Okay. It's fine. I get what they're going for. It's like, oh, there's like the Playboy bunny thing, so we're gonna like lean into it, but Jesus Christ. That's all I can really say. I don't like this thing. It's got weird pointy bits. It's got like one long red dagger-like finger. It's got the sack under it. It's just an unappealing Pokemon. Weedle. Weedle is fine. Pidgey is also fine. It's a bird. Spearow is whatever. Venonat is whatever. Tentacool, I like okay. Kingler is not as good as Krabby, but still fine. Lickitung is bad, and I don't like it. Licky Licky will be going into the bastard tier, just a heads up. Weezing is a fart machine. That is meh. Magikarp is funny. It's fine. Spinarak is a cute little spider boy. He's fine. Hoppip. It's whatever. Sunkern, I do not care about. Sunflora, I do not care about. Fortress is okay. Quillfish, I forget this Pokemon exists all the time. Delibird, though, I heard there was like a channel that I was watching who posited the idea that, do you think that Delibird is supposed to be pronounced Delibird? Like, delivered? And everyone was like, oh my god. How has no one realized that until now? And that's all I can think about this Pokemon now. Porygon 2, Electric Boogaloo is fine. Silcoon is a cocoon Pokemon, so I do not care. Lotad, this slightly racist line of Pokemon. Meh. I don't care about this bug. I don't care about this bug. I've always really liked Hawlucha, and it's pre-evolution. I cannot remember the name of it. Not Hawlucha. Hariyama. And I can't remember its pre-evolution. Its pre-evolution is like, it's supposed to be like a sandbag, I think, that people use for like punching, which is why it's like a fighting type. I do like Hariyama a good amount though. Big sumo wrestler type. Nosepass is, I get it, it's supposed to be like a compass, but it's ugly. Minoon, you're going right next to all the other Pikachus. Spinda is got a unique idea where no two of them have the same like spotting, but other than that is like whatever. Lunatone is a Pokemon I don't care about. Whiscash I do not care about. I don't care. Yeah, a lot of the Gen 3 Pokemon I just like don't appeal to me very much. Baltoy, I don't care. I think this Pokemon is ugly. Castform's got titties, which is funny. That alone makes me it's gonna make me put it in fine because the big titties on this weird little ghost Pokemon is really funny. Why not? Why not Don't care about Glalie. This is an eel. This is... Oh, yeah, this guy's really ugly. Don't like it. Ooh, where's Metagross? Both of these are fine. Like, its pre-evolutions are fine, but Metagross absolutely rules. The Regis. Regi Ice is fine. Regi Steel is also fine. Turtwig. Torterra, I think, is very cool. Its final evolution is quite good. Like, the world turtle aspect, hell yeah, A+. The pre-evolutions, I'm not super fond of. Roserade is a good design. Like Masquerade Rose guy. It's a good way to take that evolutionary line. Do not care about Burmy or Wormadam. Or the butterfly that they can turn into. Combi's cute, so he's fine. And Vespiquen is also... It's got a cool design, so it's also fine. Don't care about the cherry Pokemon. Drifloon is... It's just a balloon Pokemon. And I don't care about the balloon or the blimp, even with like the lore of like, oh, they kidnap children and take them away. I do not care. Chimecho, it is a bell. Bronzong is... I don't mind this one. It's like a medallion that turns into a bell. Bonsly, Sudowoodo did not need a baby Pokemon. These Scorpion Pokemon are also ones that I have no strong feelings towards. Carnivine, I think, is a funny little guy. He gets up to fine. That's a fish. Snover and Abomasnow. Snover is fine. Abomasnow, I think, is a good design, though. Like, giant abominable snowman meets, like, alpine tree. This is a good idea for, like, an ice grass type. Magnezone, I think, is cool. Licky is a rat bastard. Rhyperior is also a rat bastard. It's got too much going on. Tangrowth is whatever. I do like Electivire, though. Electivire is like one of the few Gen 4 new evolutions that they added that I think is actually pretty cool. Nosepass is a bad boy. Don't like it. Dusknoir is also quite a good evolution to Dusclops. This is like a big improvement on Dusclops. Rotom is a good idea. I like the idea of like this little electrically charged ghost that possesses different appliances in order to fight. And it takes on different typings depending on what appliance it's possessing. I like it. I hate all of these like weird baby spirit Pokemon that fly around all over the place. Heatran, I do not care about. Regigiga, go next to the other Regis. I cannot tell the difference between these two Pokemon. And I don't care about either of them. It's like Manphy and Mantike or something like that. They look identical. Caterpie is a good boy. We like Caterpie. And Metapod is right next to it. Kakuna is whatever. Rattata is fine. Eradicate is... Should I put Raticate and Rat Bastard just because it's a rat? I feel like I should do that just purely out of principle. I'm gonna go with it. Ekans is a snake. Zubat is a bat. Golbat is like Count Dracula meets a bat, and it's fine. It's whatever. Oddish, I like Oddish. Oddish is very cute. Gloom is unfortunate. Gloom is an unfortunate Pokemon. Paris, I like the idea of the Paris line. It's like this little bug guy that gets infected by the mushrooms and then gets overtaken by the mushroom. Diglett. There's not much to really say about Diglett. It's just a half circle sticking out of the ground, and then there's 3 of them. It's got the nose is very cute and does a lot to characterize it, but it's very, very simple design. I like Weepin. I like Bellsprout, and Weepinbell not as much. Weepinbell looks like a joke. Tentacruel, I really like this Pokemon. It's really useful and has a great design. Geodude is also great. I think this is just like such a perfect representation of a rock type Pokemon that you introduced for the first gen. It's just like, it's a rock, it's got arms. I get it. Magnemite's cool. I like Magnemite and Magneton. See, the thing about Farfetch is, like, I don't particularly give a shit about Farfetch, but I think Starfetch is such a funny idea that, like, it took a Pokemon that was, like, mad to me and, like, just crushed it. Doduo and Dodrio, I do not care about these weird birds with no wings that can still fly with multiple heads. I don't get it. Grimer and Muck. The thing is, like, I could put them next to the other blob piles, but I'm not going to, because I think, like, these guys are more appealing. I actually don't dislike either of them. Even though, like, yeah, there's the joke. Shelder is a cute little guy with a big tongue. And then Cloyster is a vagina. So, let's just not go there, I think. I don't care about Drowsy too much. Krabby is a good boy. Just, it's a crab, but that, like, is enough for me to want to hang out with it. Voltorb and Electrode are mimics, and that's their point, but they're not particularly interesting designs. Execute is fine. Exeggutor is great. This palm tree with, like, coconuts that are each different heads. It's a good idea. I'm not exactly sure what makes it psychic type. I'm sure maybe it's like a more like a comedy of like a hive mind, and that's supposed to be like psychic or something. Coughing is another fart Pokemon. Tangela. I like Tangela's design. It's just a cute little friend. Sorry, I got like hair in my mouth. God damn. Ugh. There we go, we're good. Jesus. Goldeen. It's a fish. Seaking is also a fish. Staryu is like, Staryu and Starmie are at least like more interesting than just Starfish. They got like this weird like jewel engravement thing going on, which I'm a fan of. Mr. Mime is a rat bastard. Jinx is also a rat bastard. Smoochum is also a rat bastard. Porygon's good. Lady Ba is a whatever design. Chinchou is better. It's supposed to be like reminiscent of those undersea anglerfish, and the idea to be like, oh, we're gonna do like an electric typing using these Pokemon or these like fish that have like naturally occurring light sources within themselves as inspiration is a good idea. Sudowoodo. The name is like enough to put it up to fine for me. It's really funny. Skip Bloom and Jump Bluff are whatever. Yanma is also whatever. Unknown is a decent idea, but like it's so the Pokemon itself is so lackluster that I can't be bothered to care about it. Pineco is a Pinecone. Dunsparce is surprisingly charming for what it is. Shuckle is very similar to Dunsparce in my mind. Remoraid is a fish. Octillery is an octopus. Apparently, so the origin story of these two Pokemon apparently is that like Remoraid was supposed to be like a gun, like a pistol with like a chamber to shoot out of, and then Octillery is supposed to be like a tank, and you know it evolved from gun to tank or something like that. But then you know Nintendo was like, no, we're not putting gun Pokemon and tank Pokemon in our game for children. So then they got turned into a fish and an octopus, and now they're just so generic and nothing. Tyrogue is presenting, and I don't like that. Wurmple is fine. It's another one of these Cocoon Pokemon. There's so many Cocoon Pokemon. I'm just learning. Dusk Talk. Yeah, a lot of moths, a lot of butterflies. It makes sense. You go back to the same design principles for the early game of your games because it works. I get it, but there's not enough distinguishing Wurmple from Caterpie from just a lot of these early game bug Pokemon. Lombre is a little too stereotypical for me, but I do really like Ludicolo. It still has like kind of that same issue, but he's a lot more fun of a Pokemon. That is a Seagull. Pelipper at least has got like more of like a personality going on. Wingull is just a seagull. Sitskern is a water spider. It's a cute one though, so it can go up to fine. This Pokemon's cool. Meditite and Metachan. The meditating Pokemon for like your psychic fighting type is a good idea. I like it. It makes sense. Plusle can go with the other Pikachu clones right next to its brother. Oh, we're close. Oh, we're getting close. Also, I noticed this thing doesn't have the most recent generation of Pokemon, and that's fine. I think I am past the point of caring. Volibee, these two dumb bee Pokemon are... I don't like the design of either of them. Gulpin... I feel like Gulpin has to go right next to Rhydon for the same reason. And Swalot. Yeah, Gulpin, Rhydon, and Swalot all kind of... They all end up in bad boy tier for similar reasons. Torkoal. I like this, I like the idea of this turtle. It's... Every other turtle is... No, there's like a grass turtle. There's a lot of turtles. I'm now realizing. The sun is whatever. I don't care about this little eel. Cradley is... I like the ancient flower. It's a good idea for a fossil type. I don't like this thing. Similar to its evolution, I think like this line is just like a little too busy and a little too ugly for my liking. This awful, horrible looking fish turning into, what is it? Melodic Good idea. I like it. But the fish itself succeeds in being not great to look at. Tropius is a cool design. I wish it was a better Pokemon, but it's a cool design. Palm tree dinosaur. Great. I don't know why it flies. I don't care. This is another Chime Pokemon. Snorunt is very cute. Clamperl, I do not care. And similar to its counterpart. No, its counterpart ended up in Rat Bastard, didn't it? No, it didn't. You'll have to forgive me, there are a million Pokemon on this list right now. Alright, whatever. This is the rockfish. You can probably tell, I don't care about fish all that much. Like, almost all the fish Pokemon just ended up in meh. Because, I mean, like, what can you do? Love Disc, on the other hand, sucks. Love Disc is one of those fish that it's actually just worse. It's not as bad as this one. The worst fish. But it's not a great fish. Metagross is perfect. This is one of the best designs they've done for Pokemon. It's so cool. I don't even know what it's supposed to be, but it's so cool. Regirock can go with the other Reggies, which I believe were in fine. Yeah. Bidoof is a good starter Pokemon. Good starter area guy. I don't like Barbadil, though. He looks a little too doofy for my tastes. I don't care about the Cricket Pokemon. Or its evolution. Badoof's cute. And it makes sense as like the pre-evolution for Roserade. It can be fine. This is the evolution to the Cherry Pokemon. Oh, and it like sprouts into this thing, right? We got all the alternate forms down here at the bottom. So you're telling me that I'm almost done, because I'm not going to bother ranking these alternate forms, I don't think. Yeah, so this thing I don't care about. Spiritomb is a cool idea. Just like a tomb with like 1,000 tortured souls just screaming in unison together. Metal. Fish. Into the fish tier. Yanmega is... It's a cooler design than Yanma, but at the same time, it's still just kind of like a dragonfly. Mime Jr. is a rat bastard. Porygon Z is pretty cool. I like the Porygon line for the most part. And then we got a bunch of alternates, which I am ignoring. Hell yeah. Cool. Abergreen obtained. Fantastic, Drungo. I'm so happy for you. You came back just in time. I'm fucking done. Except I need to determine who the best Pokemon is. We got this list of perfect lads. So we got Gengar. We got Joltik. Hey, look, it's Pikachu. Pikachu's a perfect lad. We got Chandelure. We got Golurk, Greninja, Pangoro, Hawlucha, Cyndaquil, Rowlet, Incineroar, Mimikyu, Buzzswole, Yapper, Sirfetch'd, Phalanx, Charizard, Gyarados, Garchomp, Mewtwo, Feraligatr, Gardevoir, Bulbasaur, Pikachu, Ditto, Spheal, Mudkip, Piplup, Totodile, Gabite, Psyduck, Snorlax, Wooper, and Metagross. And I think it's what I said when I picked it, but I'm pretty sure Gengar's just the best Pokemon. It's so good. It's just the execution, the design, everything about it. Just a mischievous little bastard. And I love him for it. So, save. Download image. Cool, it doesn't include the one... It doesn't have the ones that I didn't put on the list there. That took a long-ass time. Am I surprised? No. That was kind of like the point. Alright. I am curious if people are down to switch over to some Meta Knight or Hollow Knight. Was that my first tier list of the stream? No. I've done a few others, which will be posted in my Discord after the stream. So if you want to see the other things that I did, perhaps consider joining the Discord, Bungo. I'm also down for... So, I'm debating on hopping over to Hollow Knight now. Or doing another tier list of viewer suggestion. But it took many... It took like almost 2... Or was it 3 hours to do that stupid Pokemon tier list? Hollow Knight! Hell yeah. Alright. Steel Soul run, let's go. Alright, I am going to update my stream information, and then I'm going to quickly turn off and back on the stream again, just so I can break up the VODs. So give me a sec to get everything set up real quick, like. Can capture Hollow Knight. Hell yeah, it's a bit too big. You love to see it. That's because it's on my other screen. Ah, okay. Cool. Alright, that's set up. Hell yeah. Now my stream info. Stop, please. Alright, cool. Update. Do. We are no longer just chatting. We are in Hollow Knight. Alright, refresh just to see that we're in the right category. We are? Alright. Gonna quickly stop and restart stream. 1 second.